오늘 컨디션 어때요?
오늘 컨디션이요? Not bad.
오늘 촬영 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요?
오늘 촬영이요? 10몇 년 했는데 잘해야죠.
안녕하세요.
티어리스트를 합니다. 12개 티어리스트.
뭐 실력 티어리스트?
네, 실력 티어리스트.
그냥 그날 컨디션에 따라서 누가
그런 생각이 나요. 진짜로. 네.
이거 어떻게 이렇게?
트리거는 트리거 아니에요.
한명이 왔어?
감사할게요.
언제 왔어?
두 번째로 왔죠.
안 한 줄 알았지.
나 그거 형 잘하는데.
걸려버려.
나 얼마나 걸릴지 몰라서 나 이거 진짜 열심히 하시는데? 왜?
너도 싫을 거야.
자기가 메이크업하고 난 메이크업 안 했는데. 그리고 이렇게 해야죠. 구조적으로 위에서 아래로 이렇게 해서요. 컵을 내리고 위에서 아래로 이렇게 찍으라고 하니까
기분 좋아요. 오랜만에 머리 만지니까.
그것보다 오랜만에 사람 만났어. 유연하부터
오늘 뭐 준비해온 포즈 있어요 혹시?
포즈처럼 너무 오랜만이라서 근데 하나 생각한 거 있는데 포즈는 아니고
네.
겉옷 오너 선수 알죠?
네.
오너 선수 겉옷을 안 입잖아요. 걸쳐 놓으면
네.
그거 한번 해보실 거예요. 멋있더라고요. 그래서 겉옷 가져왔거든요.
지금 포즈가 너무 밝은 것 같아서
이거 안 된다. 이거 포즈 아무도 못하게 해주시면 안 돼요. 내 포즈다 이거.
오너도 포즈다.
이야 이건 너무 아저씨인데? 아저씨 어떻게 하지 마시다.
네, 기분 좋아요?
네?
오랜만에 보니까 기분 좋아요?
GSL 진짜 오랜만이라서 살이 쪘죠.
많이 발전했네요. 이거 어떻게 지내세요?
최근에 GSL 예상 뚫으려고 좀 연습 좀 열심히 했고 뚫고서는 되게 신나가지고 간만에 맛있는 거 먹고
비슷하게 조금씩 움직여주셔도 돼요? 네, 좀 어두워지셨는데?
러닝하셔도 그래요?
고생해가지고. 근데 어떻게 지내세요? 저번에 요새 일하면서 이금이
너무 방송하는 거. 방송 안 나왔어?
네.
이거
미안 웨스터 지금 같습니다.
이루갑이 좀 그래가지고.
좋아.
진짜요? 저 보고 있어.
이거
냉정하게 해야 되겠다.
원래 인정하잖아.
사람도 알잖아.
잘할 때로 해주고 잘할 때 신나게
티어리스트 지금 생각한 사람 있어요?
그거 해야 돼요?
해야 돼요, 무조건.
저 따라하는 건가요? 저희 컨텐츠였는데.
아, 그래요?
오랜만에 이렇게 인사드릴 수 있어서 너무 기분이 좋고
이번 연도 GSL도 좋은 경기력으로 보답할 수 있도록
많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠고
오랜만에 오프라인 무대에서 이렇게 팬분들 만났으면 좋겠습니다. 꼭 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
GSL 때 봬요.
빠이.
Incoming transmission.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another season here, another edition of the GSL, the 2026 GSL Season 1 Renovate Group A. I'm, of course, VIP. With me, we're joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat as well. Welcome, one and all. Oh my god. Yo, it's been so long since we've seen content like that before. Or again, it's been so long seeing a bit of behind the scenes of all the players showing up, having their photo shoot, recording content as well for the GSL. It was very nostalgic, very nostalgic, and it was great to see everyone coming together, great to see players interact like we always used to back in the day, and it was even cool to see a bit of a cameo as well. For those who don't know, there is a player that did not play in the qualifiers, and we assume it's a bit of a silent retirement sort of thing. Creator Creator did not play in the qualifiers this season, and we were all very sad to see that. And Creator has been talking a lot about retiring, and it was really cool to see a cameo from Creator. Like he's not a part of GSL, but he showed up to cheer on his friends, to be there as well. Like he's really good friends with Björn, with Maru as well, with a bunch of the ex Jin and a bunch of the ex Prime boys as well. So it was really cool to see Creator randomly show up. It was beautiful. So I did appreciate it, but here we go. We have our schedule. Here we have today and tomorrow, of course. The 6th and 7th of May is going to be Group A. Group A and Group B of the round of 8. Meanwhile, we also have the rest of our schedule here as well. We have the semifinals and finals going to be the 17th of May. That'll be, of course, a big offline event, online up until the semis and finals. And again, tickets are going to be available at ticketlink.co.kr. So if you happen to be in the area, in the region, you happen to be in Korea at the time, then do consider getting some tickets to be a part of the semis and finals of the GSL Season 1. Oh boy, for 2026. So again, that is going to be available, of course. Seats are available, 169, nice, of them. Let's go. Let us go. Also, I look forward to seeing the combination of some of the photo shoots, of some of the behind-the-scenes content that they did film. I'm sure they're going to be filtering or sprinkling them in sporadically throughout the course of the broadcast, in between matches, in between series. We got a show for you, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. We do have a show. Meanwhile, if you want to support the GSL, you can do so via Soup, or even via Patreon. I feel like, especially if you're from outside of the Korea, Patreon might be the easier way to do it. But yes, you can support Soup, you can support specifically GSL Season 3. Right now, Season 1 and Season 2 are fully funded, but Season 3 has yet to be funded. It all does kind of depend on the support via Patreon and via the Soup support structure as well. So again, that is available. I do recommend it, of course. Supporting GSL, supporting the longest running league out there in StarCraft. As you can see here, if we reach $6,000 a month, we will be hosting the GSL CK twice a month. Currently, it is monthly. And then we have $10K a month for confirmation of Season 3 of GSL, and then $15,000 a month to expand GSL Season 3 from the round of 12 to the round of 16 for an extended tournament for even greater support and even more players as well. So you can help us reach those goals. Until then, of course, again, Season 1, Season 2 are confirmed, and we also have GSL CK once a month as well, which you already covered a couple of them. Meanwhile, so far, we have almost reached the first goal of $6,000. We are almost there. Just a little bit more, baby. And we can reach that first stretch goal of 2 GSL CKs a month. And again, the next goal will be at 10,000. That will be for GSL Season 3. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So again, great to see that the support has been growing, has been culminating, and hopefully we can reach greater heights and reach greater goals for the rest of GSL. Oh boy, and also spread the word as well. Something that surprised me, which we've been experiencing when it comes to the comments, is a lot of people just don't even know that GSL is happening. A lot of people just don't know that GSL is back, has returned. I think a lot of people just weirdly assumed that GSL was going to be ending, although it wouldn't be returning, which is kind of weird. But no, GSL has returned, of course. We already, a week in, we already covered the qualifiers and the first round, and now we're here in the round of 8. We're here in the group stage. Let's go. As you can see here, you can see some of the scores from previous weeks. Rogue and Zaun made it through Group A. Cure and Björn through Group B. We had Percival, Solar, Trigger, and Bunny being eliminated from the GSL. Again, some of the big ones there is Solar. Solar, he's one of the best Zerg players in the world, but he's already out of GSL. Percival had a very strong showing. It was his not his first time, but he's a little bit less experienced when it comes to this kind of setting, and he was able to put on a good show. Likewise, Trigger, also a little bit of a newer setting here to be in the GSL in this round. He did reach great heights, but barely didn't quite make it through, and Bunny also didn't quite make it through either. Now we have Group A, Classic, Cure, Rogue, and Maru. We have 2 Terrans, 1 Protoss, and 1 Zerg. Oh boy, it's going to be an insane group here. In my mind, some of the favorites are going to be Classic and Maru, but even then, Rogue has been having some very strong results as of late. In the most recent RSL, Rogue, he excelled. Likewise, getting second place, of course, in RSL in the last season. Likewise, Cure has some killer TVP and TVT. If you remember, Cure, he was a player that eliminated Maru from EWC. Cure, he did knock Maru out of the Esports World Cup. That was last year. So Cure, you could argue he's favored over Maru. He did bring him down when it came to that big and major EWC event last year, and likewise he has some of the best TVP in the world as well, second only to Clem, or if not Maru. But here we go, we have our first series. Up first we do have Classic. Let's go. You can see some of his accolades. Came first place in 2025 GSL Season 2. Came second in last year's Esports World Cup. We just spoke about EWC. Got up to 4th place in DreamHack Dallas last year. GSL Season 1, also top 4. And Running Cup Season 3 at the beginning of the year, he did reach that top 8. His quote, big chance of winning if I get through this group and I'll run it back. Let's go. Run it back, Pappy, run it back. But again, this is a very killer group stage. Like it's almost like a death. It's almost like the group of death, if you will, where we have the best players in the world in Korea facing off against each other in this GSL group. It's no sure thing for players like Classic Maru to make it through, to be honest. Meanwhile, Kura's results. Kura, he reached 2nd place in GSL Season 1 of 2025. That was last year, of course. He did struggle in DreamHack Dallas. True, we did see a bit of a more rougher showing there. Likewise, also rougher showing in Season 2 of GSL. But in EWC, got 3rd place. Remember, we spoke about it. He did defeat Maru at EWC, where he did get 3rd. Likewise, did make it through, or did, you can see his results here when it comes to the group stage. And his quote, I will survive from this group of death. We just spoke about it. We just did make reference that this is the group of death. This is a terrifying group to enter. It is not easy for anyone. Again, on paper, I feel like Maru and Classic are favored, but I can see Cure beating them. I can see Rogue beating them as well. So like, it's gonna be crazy, man. It's gonna be crazy. Vitas are done, and here we go. We have our map order. Game 1, 10,000 feet. Game 2, Winter Madness. Game 3, Ruby Rook. What were the Vitas? Classic getting into some of these larger, actually some of these more extreme maps. White Rabbit, Tourmaline, and Mothership. Meanwhile, Cure getting rid of the Old Republic, Celestial Enclave, and Haito Citadel. Oh boy. As a result of that, we do have an interesting kind. I mean, Winter Madness, I feel like, is the go-to map that does make it through. It's not extreme. It's relatively defensive. You know, it's relatively macro-oriented, but not as extreme as Celestial Enclave. It doesn't have as big of an advantage as Tidal Citadel when it comes to the gold expansion. Let us jump on into our first game of the night. Let's go. As in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And in the bottom right, we have the South Green Terran for Team Liquid, Cure. Let us go. Okay, we're jumping into our initial best of 3. Curie does fan out towards the left-hand side with the SCV. I believe the goal here is to go for an eBay block. eBay blocks are very common here on 10,000 feet. The reasoning for this is as we are veering off way to the left-hand side, so never mind. I was going to say the eBay blocks are common because the third base location is very exposed and very vulnerable, but Cure, he's being a little bit cheeky here, going for a proxy Rax, very off the beaten path, actually. Okay. You have my attention. Now, Cure, he has been going for these crazy one-base all-ins recently in TVP. We saw them against Zaun, quite heavily against Zaun, actually, and we also saw Maru kind of showcase that against Zaun as well over in the RSL. So Cure has been mixing it in. I think he wants to fake it here. Double gas opener, Rax on his side of the map as well. Looks like Cure wants to force an overreaction. And because of Cure's recent tendencies with these one-base all-ins, specifically on 10,000 feet, I mean, there is reason for Classic to believe these lies and to believe like this kind of fake out. So I do like this out of Cure. As we can see here, this Rax by no means is going to be dedicating. I believe he should be getting his factory back at home. We'll see if he gets his factory across the map instead. As we have our tech of choice here, just Twilight Council into Stargate, Gateway into Cybercar, I meant to say. I did misspeak. Into Natural Expansion. We can see that Classic is scouting nearby, but he is unfazed. He will still expand. Meanwhile, the factory is proxied. Okay. Interesting. So with the factory also being proxied in the corner of the map, this leads me to believe that this is going to be actually more committed. We have the reactor on the way. Are we going into reactor to Hellion, into Hellion drop with a proxy starports? Like, that has to be it, right? Like proxy starports, proxy reactor to Hellion, or do we go into a proxy starport into Tech Lab, into tank production with Marine Tank, into a one base all in? With the okay, so the tumors will expire over time, but it will take some time for them to actually expire on their own. It does expire just before 8 minutes, which is far too late. So we'll see. Yep, proxy starport. So it is going to be the one base all in. Okay, so it's real. I did mention that Cure has been very fond of this kind of style as of late. There's Yadon swap into the reactor to Hellion, so it does look like he wants to go for the reactor to Hellion drop into the main, but this is looking much more dedicated. No, he gets found. No shot. He gets found. Classic. He scouts. He does find everything. The 111. The Rax, the factory, and the starport as well. Classic is fully aware. More importantly, he sees the add-ons and he saw the Hellions popping out. He knows it's a reactor to Hellion, and he knows that there's no faster tech lab either. As the Hellion drop. Now remember, how many Hellions one shot probe? 3. 3 Hellions will one-shot a worker. Stalker does get caught out, does take a lot of hits already, and these Hellions, their goal here is to wreak havoc in the mineral line to avoid and ignore the Stalkers, to bust on in and to just pop off. We see the Stalkers in position to intercept specifically the medevac, and it is a one-base all in. Yeah, again, Rax is on the way as well. Again, initially I thought it was going to be a fake out, but no, we just commit, we just double down, which is a bold move considering Kier's recent history on 10,000 feet, which has been a lot of one-base all-ins. I love this from the medevac. Does rotate. Ooh, the Rax is within range. Forced to cancel. Very nice cancellation. Hellions, they unload, they make their way across the map. Do we have a battery in the mineral lines? No. No battery in the main, no battery in the natural either. That is a concern. And no battery, Stalker getting caught out. So we're getting some hull damage done here on these Hellions. As Classic is fighting for map control. Behind this, going for the delayed tech lab into tank production. Jesus, there's just so many layers here to this all-in. If you recall, originally this did not begin with reactor Hellion. If you recall, oh, the tank. Okay, tank does take a volley. One Stalker goes down. There's an SCV though. Yeah, there's SCV to repair. So he can repair at the same time the depots are catching fire, and SCVs should be focused down. For now, Classic is on A move. There's Stalkers, they may have to recall back home. Hellions, they bust in. Ooh, they bust in, and Classic out of position. So, the probes are lighting up. Oh my god, 13, 15 probes go down. Insane damage in the main, and Classic is hurting. Classic, he is hurting. 16 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, he busts into the main base of Cure, and we go for the base trade. Now, we do favor Cure's army in a head-on flange. Classic, he evacuates the natural. This is just buying time. He's just buying time. Remember, he can always recall. He can always recall back home. He's just copying the economy. Volley goes off on the Marines. Gets one. Gets one Marine so far. There's 8 Marines left. Ooh, massive tank shot. Yeah, massive tank shots. Tanks are getting within range of the production. And we're still waiting to see if we go for the recall. Pylon's being focused down. Does depower every single gateway. No more warp pins. What you see is what you get. No warp pins. Stalkers, they... Oh, where are we going? Classic, what's the plan? Does he... Okay, he turns back around. He's coming home. It's going to take a while. Yeah, he's going to be late. He's going to be late to the party here. He does get one of the tanks, but he will lose every Stalker in the process. Ay, ay, ay. And again, this was mistimed. This army is so late. Ideally, he's surrounded. You can see Classic at the face cam. Ah. Yeah, you can see Classic there. Ay, ay, ay. Again, he just engaged too soon. He's trying to repower the gateway. He did make a probe. He has enough money to throw down some buildings if need be. So let's pick up the Viking. Not bad. Get some Marine as well. Like, these are nice little pickups. The tank getting within range of the probe. Yeah, probe's to back off. Oh no, the probe! Ooh. Tank's a shot. One Marine goes down. Nice control there by Kira. Warps in one more Stalker. And Kira can always land that CC and mule. He can always mule. True. Still a probe out there. But Classic, these are the final buildings. He can afford an assimilator. He can make an assimilator. Classic does find the orbital. And Classic, he might be able to catch the orbital on fire. It's possible. Yeah. It should catch fire. And Curie has no money to repair. Yeah, no repair. So very nice pickup here. With that, Classic might be able to force a draw. Remember that Cure can lift up all his buildings and float, but Classic has to protect that assimilator, assuming we throw one down. Classic, we gotta throw one down. We gotta throw one down. Classic. Where's the probe? Where's the probe? Where's the final buildings? That's it. It's just a game with the pylon. Where's the assimilator? Bappy. Oh my god. The gateway goes down, pylon goes down as well, and do we throw down a building? We do. Okay. You throw it down. There it is. Pylon behind the gases. So we still have that pylon. And again, Classic still has enough money for an assimilator as well. He's got that probe alive. Now the CC did burn down. Now he has to try to whittle away at this army. Oh no! Ooh, it does take a lot of hits. Yeah, it takes a lot of damage here. It doesn't lose a Stalker, but his Stalker's getting low. Oof. Yeah, he gets 2 Marines. He has to be so careful with these Stalkers though. They're getting so low. Gets another Marine. He cannot engage in the tank line. Oh no! The tank shot! Oh my god, massive tank shot. 2 Stalkers go down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the pylon is now being focused down. There's a simulator. You can see it's in top left. And you can see, yeah, Classic shaking his head. He knows. Yeah, he knows. GG gets called, and Cure takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Cure does take a lead in the series. And again, it's a Classic. He just had a really hard time racing back home. He was indecisive as well. What am I referring to? Specifically, I'm referring to the moments when Classic, he turned around with his main army and he started racing back home, but then his army turned back around and then turned back around again. Like, it did look like indecision there at a Classic, and he came back home too late. He chose not to recall, by the way, and he engaged too soon with his first force, right? He had 2 armies. He had 2 armies, one defensively, one offensively, and he attacked one at a time instead of trying to come together all at once. So it was very mistimed. It was very, very mistimed, and as a result of that, Cure had an easier time dismantling each half of the army. Not saying that Classic, if he had raced back home, would have had enough to kill Cure, but it would have been a stronger fight, a stronger engage, which might have been successful. Hard to say, but that would have been the best bet there, to try to break that army and try to break that position. Regardless, though, again, Classic, he was disjointed when it came to his efforts to break out, and GG gets called with that. Cure takes a lead, and now we're jumping into game numero 2. And spawning in top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. It is Classic for Virtus Pro. In the bottom right, for Team Liquid, we have Cure. Okay, if they won't do the intros, we gotta do it for them, Bab. We gotta SMH my head, Bab. SMH my head. But here we go. We're jumping into game 2, and we'll see how our players will adjust. Already, Cure, he's keeping his SCVs at home. Already this time, there's no proxy. Welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a larger map of the map, longer rush distance by ground. Mid-game is more popular here, is more common, and we are expecting Classic to build up into the mid-game. However, Cure, we expect him to be hyper aggressive. We just saw him go for 1 base all in. Not saying he'll go for another 1 base all in, but 2 base all ins are common, and that's kind of what we expect out of Cure, to try to end the game early. That is how he has been approaching TVP as of late, as seen in previous matches in GSL and also in the most recent season of RSL as well, and in the Open Cups. Cure, he has been much more aggressive and much more all in than in seasons past. Which, I mean, does say something, because Cure used to be one of the more macro-heavy Terran players out there in TVP. Not so much anymore. He still can play standard, he still can play macro, he still can embrace a longer game, that is true, but recently has been leaning more towards aggression, more towards all-ins. And you can say that's been the trend just for Terran players, period, this season, and even the last season as well. That is true. When it comes to TVP, if you recall, that was one of our concerns about the current meta of StarCraft 2, is that it is almost non-stop all-ins. Like, nowadays, it is very rare to see mid to late game. We spoke about this in the last 2 groups of GSL, Group A and B of round of 12. They were very short broadcasts, really short games. We said the same thing about RSL, right? The entire playoffs of the last season of RSL had like maybe 1 or 2 macro games. Like, it was out of the entire playoffs, by the way. Like, there was a lot of series, a lot of matches, and barely any macro. It just has been the trend in the direction of, and the trajectory of the most recent meta in TVP and ZVP specifically. And again, you know, we do have a new map pool on the horizon. We have a new patch in the works as well, so hopefully things do change there. Speaking of aggression, Cure does open up with the Marauder opener, Concussive Shell. So racks expand into Tech Lab, into Concussive Shell. With this here, Cure, I was going to say he could go into a 3CC, 3 racks. He can go for a 3 rack sim timing. Here we can see him going for a factory follow-up. Interesting. So the goal here for Cure is to catch the first Adept, to catch the first gateway units and to shut them down, but this factory is an interesting follow-up. Very often we see this turn into an early stim timing afterwards, into a heavy rack setup, but I see a factory and I'm expecting a racks after the factory into a 2-1-1, into maybe even a 3-1-1, 2 base all in. So eyes are on Cure. There's the add-on swap. And, ooh, no, we're going for option 3. I was like, are we going for a 2-1-1? Or are we going for a 3-1-1? We are going for a 3rd CC after the factory. Okay, a very greedy follow-up after the initial start. I do like this. I feel like he's showing aggression, but really he's shifting gears into hyper greed. Okay, so bold move here by Cure. I just realized the audio was a little bit low. But bold move here by Cure. He's going to be cutting corners. He's going to be delaying his starport. As you can see here, there's that second Rax, which we assumed was coming. But again, we didn't assume about the third CC. So we're going into a very greedy build, into a stronger mid game. Because that third CC, what does that actually entail? What does that mean? Well, that means that Cure, he'll have faster 2-base saturation and faster 3-base saturation, because he'll be making 3 SCVs at a time sooner, and he'll have an extra mule as well because of the faster orbital. So again, this is just a boosted economy by Cure, and if Classic doesn't realize what's going on, Cure will have a stronger mid game because of that boosted economy. So Classic is in trouble here. It's on Classic to scout, to confirm what's going on, and to do one of two things: either punish the greed or out-greed the greed. One of the two. Now, first things first, extra gateways got thrown down. We have a Robo into the Prism. I believe this is 3-gate blink. This is an aggressive follow-up, which I do like here by Classic. As I mentioned, one of two things: either be as greedy as Cure, or be hyper-aggressive and punish. And it looks like aggression is on the table. So Classic is going to be moving out, and we'll see what Classic can get done. The goal here is to snipe add-ons, to get some SCVs, maybe get a tank. I mean, that would be the ideal, to snipe a tank. It's going to be difficult to achieve that, but we'll see if he can. Bio Army does actually catch the Adept. Nice catch. Adept goes down, and Classic is making his way across the map with his Prism and with his Stalkers. It's all coming. He will spot the... He sees. Yeah, he spots the third CC. He knows. He's now aware of the greed. I believe he has not seen the tank yet. Now he does. Yeah, tank is revealed. Nice blink. Does move behind the gas geyser. Taking away the Marines. Does pick away. Going to be zoned back though. 2 tanks in the main. And Classic, ooh, what's the plan here? What is the approach? Hasn't lost anything yet. But there's 1 tank in the natural, there's 2 tanks in the main. The tank count is solid because of the early add-on swap. The early tank count is abnormal. And Classic, he can focus on the bunker. He dives on the tank. He dives in. He 2-shots. Yeah, 1, 2 volleys. Tank goes down. Bunker as well. Very nice pick-off. Nice control as well. Ooh, the juggling. Yeah, solid juggling there by Classic. He pulls away. He lost 2 Stalkers. Very nice trade. As the Warpins continue. The Stalkers are very low, as you can see. So Classic has to be careful. Ooh, good. Okay, so be careful. Does blink to the side. Tank is out of range. And mining is being denied. And so far, this is what Classic needed. We spoke about this, remember? We spoke about how Classic, he has to punish the greed, and he is punishing the greed. Yeah, Classic is punishing. 3 SCV kills, picks up some Marines, and from here he can rotate. He can rotate into the main base. Tank had to move down to the low ground, so Tank is out of position. Oh, has to be careful. Boys are being pulled. Forcing a big reaction out of Cure, and throughout all of this, Classic is expanding. Remember, Classic was not all in. He was aggressive, he forced a certain reaction, and he's expanding behind it to catch back up. So far, these have been some good moments here by Classic, very necessary moments. Bear that in mind. The Classic was forced, was kind of pressured into this aggression because of the greed of Cure. So it's all kind of playing into each other here. Another warp in. There is no replacement bunker on the low ground, so where are we going? Where are we headed? Base at the tank shot. Ooh, no, not quite. He's looking for a way in. Oh, it's friendly fire. The Zealot jump on the Marauders, and the Zealot even survives. Cheeky moves up by Classic, very cheeky. But Classic, he backs off, pulls away again. You can see the trades here so far, not bad. And now he claims a 4th base. Now, on top of that, he's not just claiming a 4th, but this entire time he's been containing Cure. The 3rd base is now being taken, and Classic can attempt to still delay that 3rd. But the tank is getting positioned. The Observer does spot the move out. As the army moves out, the Prism moves in, but there are units in position. The juggling once again. Classic with the control. He does not lose the Zealots. Very nice. Classic pulls away. Behind this, Colossus are amassing. We have +1 on the way as well. Proper 4-base saturation. And Classic cannot stop the 3rd, but he can build up for a push. Decide to build up. Does confirm. Gets eyes on saturation. Classic is aware. Still building up his forces. 2nd Forge into double upgrades. Now, the 2nd Forge tells us that Classic isn't going to be hyper aggressive here, at least to me, right? Like, he's getting a 2nd Forge, so he's starting extra upgrades as well. Most likely Classic is going to be calming down. Yes, he is being active with the Stalkers, but to me at least, it feels like he might stay at home with the Colossus. Ooh, Curie's pushing. Okay. Curie moves out. As he moves out, Prism is in, but there are reinforcements. Yeah, the production will defend. Curie's in position. attempts to catch at the Prism, but Classic does take notice. Does keep it alive. Army does rush across the map, and it's going to be on Classic to try to engage. And does he go for the counterattack, or does he go for the surround? What's the plan? Highland does spot the army. Zealots are coming from behind. Can we get him up the tanks? He can. He blinks in. He's crazy. Yeah, blinks in. Gets 1, 2, 3 tanks. Massive pickoffs. All 3 tanks go down, and Curie gets punished. He gets punished for the move out. He gets surrounded, bleeds out all the tanks. Without tanks, what does he have left? There's 1 tank left. Does snipe the Prism, true. Does snipe the War Prism. But that was a big win for Classic, stopping the main army. You can see Cure has that army supply lead. If you recall, because that greater economy, because of the greater 2-base saturation, now the faster third, Cure, he had that bump in supply, but he doesn't get across the map. And what base is Classic taking? Look at it. Look at him take bottom left. That's crazy. It's a very abnormal expansion pattern, but okay. At the same time, 4 CC for Cure, so both players are building up into the mid game. Building up. But again, a cheeky base there by Classic. Classic actually double expanding. Ooh, Zerwa is premature. Yeah, the army's in position. Classic with a calm down. Gonna calm things down. We have 2-2 on the way. We have the Templar Archives in towards Storm, in towards Archons. So Classic is refining his composition. I believe Cure should be able to max out first. And Cure, again, still due to that greater economy, still has a timing available to move out with a massive army. With Vikings, with Ghosts, with Biotank as well. Again, it's going to be on Classic to engage ahead of time, and this is where the map comes into play. We spoke about this. Remember, Winter Madness is a larger map. Because of that, it takes longer. It takes more time to get across the map. It takes longer, and there's more time for the Protoss army to engage ahead of time, to slow down the push, to force the early siege, and to stifle the main army. As you can see, Classic attempting to gain map control. I say attempting to because the supplies are still quite close and Cure still has a threatening force. But Classic is taking the center expansion, taking the high yield gas. Cure working towards his 4th base. I would say that Classic should be fighting for this 4th. As Classic takes both center bases. I do like this. This is something that Classic has been known for in TVP, and that is aggressively expanding and taking resources away from his opponent. This is something that Cyril is known for in ZVP, actually. Or actually in ZVT, I meant to say. Against Terran as well. So Classic playing like Cyril against Terran. True. Just take your opponent's bases, mine them out first. Cure, he is maxed. He's turtling up. And Cure still has to refine his army. Even though Cure is maxed out, it's still a little bit too heavily reliant on Bio. Ideally, he wants more Vikings and eventually Liberators. Does want those Libs. Army is spotted. So far, Cure is keeping up with these rotations. He's keeping up, going for his own drop. Does focus on the probes. Not bad. Okay, 5, 6, 7 probe kills. A very nice damage. I believe he does miss target fire towards the end and does focus on the Nexus, so doesn't kill as many workers. So we go 8 probes going down. At the same time, we can see Cure setting up his ring of turrets, ensuring that that prisms do not get in. Sets up his turrets. Classic, he rotates. Poking in, takes down the tower. Zealots, they do catch a tank. They get 2. Oh, 2. Oh, 1. Just barely 1 tank goes down. The other barely survives. But these are still better trades, right? Trading Zealots for gas, Zealots for tanks. So a better trade there for Classic. But Cure, he is very well fortified on 4 bases, which is the strength of Winter Madness. The 5th base is a little bit more exposed. We see Classic poking in once again. Classic committing to the choke point. Not going to be easy. The Colossus they move in as well. The Vikings. The Vikings they punish. Colossus getting low. We do juggle back. And Classic has to get the hell out of here. Pull away. Oh. Yeah, the Colossus are still exposed. 1 Colossus goes down. He loses 1. Oh no. Miscontrol. Yeah, miscontrol by Classic. Did not lift the Colossus. Losing all 3. Massive losses for Classic. And if you saw, but again, at Classic, he misclicked. He picked up one of the ground units. I think it was the Zealot by accident, which means he had no room for the Colossus, because the Colossus needs an empty prism. And Curie's going for the kill move. He's going for the throats. Yeah, just a massive counterattack. And again, with miscontrol, Classic, he lost 3 Colossus. That should not have happened. Imagine this defense with 4 Colossus. EMP's going up. Colossus goes down, the base falls, and Curie snowballing out of control. At the same time, very nice Zealot counterattack. Cripples the economy, but that may not matter. Curie, he wants a production. He wants those robos. EMP lands, Colossus pops out, does get targeted immediately. Does get one of the Colossus. We need more Warpins. Classic, he's got 1,000 minerals. Colossus on the way. And the Stalkers are being focused on. There's barely any remaining here. The Robos are going to be depowered. Massive pickoffs. Takes down both. And with that Classic, he can rebuild with gateway units, but only with gateway units. As he will lose almost every Stalker, and here he's just rallying. He's rallying across. Yeah, Classic would have conserved the army. We have to conserve the army. Pull back, make use of these buildings. There it is. Here come the Warpins. Remember, Classic, he never researched Storm. Storm was never researched, but he does have Archons. He does have the Symbol Archives. Where we get more units. Curie goes straight into the main. Dive straight in. Freedom has arrived. This main base should be forfeits. We can see Classic trying to come in from behind, trying to go for this round. Oh, gets a lib. Gets most of a Liberator. They do get low. Liberator's getting low. And now we're trying to collapse in. He blinks forward. He gets one. Gets one Liberator. There's still 3 left. Oh, Archons, they get focused down. Massive EMPs, and Curie's done it. Wow, Cure, he has done it. He has broken Classic. Classic has all these bases, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. The heart of the production has been depowered. And there it is. GG gets called. Cure, he will take the 2-0 and advance on to the winner's match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Very aggressive, very assertive play here. Very decisive. That's a better word of using. Very decisive play here by Cure. As soon as he wins one fight, he sends it across the map. What I will say, though, that was also on Classic. That was also on Classic here. Winding it back, if you recall, Classic did have some miscontrol and he lost 3 Colossus. Whereas in another world, if he didn't accidentally lift up that Zealot, he would have saved those 3 Colossus and he would have had a quadruple Colossus defense back at home. Like, that was a really big moment. Winding it back, if you recall, when he was retreating, Colossus does require an empty War Prism to lift up, and Classic did misclick. He lifted up a gateway unit instead, and you saw the Prism move forward. Like, he was trying to lift up the Colossus, but he couldn't because there was a unit inside. It was panicking, and he could not save the Colossus. Couldn't save them. GG, well played. With that, we're going for a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next series, Maru versus Rogue. See you soon. See you soon.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, we just wrapped over that first series of the broadcast with the initial first round of Group A of the 2026 GSL Season 1 round of 8. Classic versus Cure. A bit of a faster one. Hyper cheese, hyper aggression in Game 1 did go in favor of Cure. In Game 2, we saw it. We went the distance, but still very high octane, still very intense. And Cure, once he gained a lead, once he took an inch, he took a mile. He just kept on going. He won one fight, then he just sent it across the map, went for the kill shot. Classic had all these bases, he had all this economy, but it did not matter if the production was depowered. As I mentioned, it did come down to one big major fight in the center of the map where Classic did miss control and did bleed out a lot of Colossus and everything just snowballed out of control. But now we have our second series. We have Rogue versus Maru. Let's go. What is our quote here? Hope you have a spare mouse, Maru. Here comes the mass changelings. Interesting. That's a fun quote because I'll be honest, we haven't seen Rogue go mass changeling in late game ZVT in a long time, in months. It's been months, but nice reference nonetheless. We have Rogue's most recent results, of course. Did come second in the GSL Season 2 of 2025. Got up to top 8 in Season 1 of last year. Got top 12 in EWC. Got top 16 in Ro8 Cup. And of course, his most recent results in the group stage. 2-0 over Percival and 2-0 over Zaun. And again, cheeky words out of Rogue in the quotes. We'll get into it a little bit more. Meanwhile, Maru is his opponent. Oh, we should actually zoom in a little bit here. Here we go. What's his quote? It's gonna be your mouse that breaks, Rogue. I like it. It's just a direct response to what Rogue said. Oh no. Oh no. Let's go, Maru, let's go. Maru's most recent results, of course. First place in DreamHack Dallas 2025. We got up to top 8 in GSL Season 1 of last year. Top 8 in GSL Season 2. We see EWC top 8 and Ro8 Cup Season 3 second place. I feel like this does kind of show how rough 2025 was for Maru. I think I mentioned at the time that 2025, yes, he did win DreamHack Dallas, but I would say that Maru did underperform in most events last year, whether it was EWC, whether it was GSL as well. Maru did have a stronger end of the year and better start of this year, but we'll see if that trend continues. We'll see if we can keep that going here as we're getting into our next series. Best of 3. Game 1, Winter Madness. Game 2, 10,000 feet. Game 3, the Old Republic. Ooh, okay. Maru, he does get rid of the larger maps. Title Citadel, Celestial Enclave, and Mothership. These are the larger, more macro-heavy maps. Maru has gotten rid of them. Meanwhile, Rogue getting rid of some of the more aggressive and chaotic maps with Ruby Rock and Tourmaline. But here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the upper hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. It is Rogue. Bottom right, for onside, we have Maru, the Korean Terran. Let's go. Let us go. Head-to-head results here. Rogue 22, Maru 16. Ooh, Rogue with a stronger online head-to-head. Maru with a stronger... Sorry, Rogue with a stronger offline head-to-head and Maru with a stronger online head-to-head. Interesting results there, but of course that is historic, and what I always say is that I have a little more value, I have a little more weight behind recent results more than historic results. But we have Maru opening up 2 Rax Reaper. Rax is on the low gun, we're expecting a second Rax behind this, and we might even see a third Rax. For now though, we're expecting 2. Actually, we'll keep an eye on Maru here. There we go. Second SCV moves down. Second Rax as well for the Mass Reaper. For a hyper-aggressive build, hyper-assertive. Bearing in mind, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. This is a macro build. The goal here is to apply pressure, is to threaten the bases, and specifically to delay the third. Delay the third base of Rogue and keep Rogue contained on 2 bases. Now, the issue that I have here for Maru is that Rogue very often does open 2 base anyway. Like Rogue, he's a very aggressive and very unorthodox player, and Rogue very often does play 2 base Lair, 2 base Muta, 2 base Roach. He does embrace that 2 base style quite heavily, very similar to Shin. Shin is also very 2 base heavy in ZVT, so I don't really know if this will really disrupt Rogue's plans too much. I feel like a build like this can work really well against Solar or Serral, or a player that does typically play much more standard. When it comes to being forced into a bit of an unusual position, I feel like that's where Rogue wants to be anyway, but we'll see. We'll see how much damage Maru can get done. We'll see what he can achieve. For now, again, 2 Raxes for Maru, and looks like Maru will expand and claim a 3rd CC. Again, there was a chance, sorry, natural base, I meant to say. There was a chance for us to get a 3rd Rax behind this and go 3 Rax Reaper, but that's not the case here. Maru will expand. As you can see there in the minimap, CC has been thrown now. So Maru's going to be expanding. Rogue, he should be hiding that drone for the time being. A first Reaper is revealed, and so far, the Reaper does dance with wings. The dance has begun. Rogue does pull away. Dips in, pulls away, still keeps that drone hidden here. The 2nd Reaper is coming. And behind this, we should soon be seeing a 3rd Reaper as well. Yo, that drone is on a mission. Only 3. As you can see, only 3. That's typically the bare minimum, or the standard that you want to invest here is 3 Reapers, no more, no less. 3 Reapers, that is enough to delay the 3rd base, and then you can transition behind this. Now, what I will say is that this build is typically very vulnerable to aggression, and oh, do you see what I see? Gas mining. Gas is mining, that's a big sign here for Rogue. Reaper's going to be zoned back. Now, what do I mean by that? So, one of the big things here that is common, 3 CC before starboard, greedy build here by Maru, is that because Maru's production is all on the low ground, his 2 axes and his factory and his add-ons, it means that Ro8 all-ins are very strong against this. So, I'm curious as to where that gas is going to be spent. As I mentioned, Rogue, he did keep 2 drones in gas, and that is for, as we can see, a 3:28 lair timing. That's a very early lair here by Rogue, and this could be into a Ro8 one, into fast Ro8 speed, into a Ro8 all-in, or it could be for 2-base Muta. Now, I don't really like the idea of Muta play because he knows he's up against a 2-on-1, right? He knows that there is already a 2nd Rax, and this should be leading into a stim timing, into an early stim timing at that. So going into 2-base Muta is risky against an already foreseen 2-1-1 build. There it is. There's that Ro8 one. Already, I'm liking it. I'm liking a heavier Ro8 style. More so than Muta play. Oh, that is different. So instead of going into early stim, we're going into reactor to Hellion, delayed reactor to Marine, and going into an add-on swap into Cloak. I like this here. Early Cloak Banshee. Ooh, but the Link does scout. The Zergling does scout. So this is an unorthodox follow-up here, going for a 3CC 2-on-1, but no stim and no bio. And he starts a Spire. Oh my god, we're all reacting to each other here. Okay, so going into Banshees as the opener excels against Roaches, but it gets scouted. Rogue cancels the Ro8 Horn, starts the Spire, as Spire play is favored against Hellion Banshee. So Rogue, he scouts, Rogue, he confirms, and Rogue, he reacts. He reacts. Now, because this is a reaction to what Rogue scouted, it does mean that the tech is later, right? The tech is delayed compared to what it otherwise would have been, so that is a bit of a downside here to this reaction from Rogue, is that the Muta play is going to be a little bit later, as opposed to him just deciding to go Mutas from the beginning. As Hellions they poke in, the first Queen is getting low, there's no transfuse. Yeah, there's not enough energy for a transfuse. Hellions they get roasted, Queens are getting low, and Rogue is in trouble. Rogue is in trouble here, he's still holding his own though. The Queens, they do stem the tide. Banshee arrives, he wants the Queen! Oh my god, barely not. Banshee pokes in, 3 seconds away from Cloak. And Rogue, he barely holds on, a very clutch hold. Behind this, Rogue, he's banking up resources. We have 700 gas in the bank. Spire is almost done, and show us those Mutas. So we're still lacking minerals. I mean, he was forced to make all those Zerglings, true. And the Banshee might just scout. Oh no, the Banshee's all the way to the natural. That's where the Spire is. Muta production has begun. Rogue is supply blocked. Big supply block for Rogue. And the Banshee does scout the Spire. Won't be a surprise. Won't have that surprise factor, of course. Will not catch Maru off guard, and behind this, turrets are being thrown down. He's throwing down turrets, he's getting ready back at home. Hellion's actually quite low. Rogue, he will gain map control, but again, Maru, he's aware. He's aware, he's getting ready. He's getting ready. Like how Maru just hit him with the no you. That's pretty much what it was, yeah. No you. Este Maru. Also, I don't know if you noticed when it came to the close-up of Maru, but he does have a cheeky some cheeky facial hair. He's pulling a Yako with the attempted mustache. Attempted. Yeah, it's getting there. As the Mutas have arrived. Ooh, opening here for the tank, and one more volley. Tank goes down. Oh, at the cost of a Muta. No, sorry, the Mutas barely get away. Very close. Very clutch. Muta pulls back, catching out one of the tanks. Lings, they collapse in. And Maru, he does not target fire. Yeah, Mutas, they overwhelm, and with that, Ro8 busts into the natural. He does try to bust in. Marines, they pull back to the turrets. Lings, they bust into the main instead. We're trying to catch units here mid-rotation. And not bad. Some weird control here by Rogue, though, as Lings, they do pull back. They pull back in, they pull back out. And in the end, Maru will defend. Maru, he will defend, but not without taking more losses here. 5 SCVs. And again, Maru holds. Using the best they can to distract Maru. Do we deny one of the eBays? Okay. Yeah, one more volley. eBay goes down. Very nice. And Maru, he just ignores it. Yeah, he ignores the music. He's going across the map. He'll lose both eBays. 2-2 will be heavily delayed, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter because here comes Maru. He's pushing. Maru's coming. Ro8 has to be careful about the rally. Yeah, he has to watch his rally. Lings, they pull back. We have Hellbats leading the charge. 3 Hellbats. Bailey's going to be morphing in, but this might just be too late. Oh, the first tank, though. Good. Yeah, Queens, they pull back. 1 Queen goes down. 2nd Queen as well. Massive pickups. Muse, remember, they cannot engage all with Marines in position. Does find an opening. Does catch a medevac. Bailey's now done. But this is a brutal spread here. So many Marines. Ro8, he supply block. Now it's not the time. It's all we have. It's all we have. Bailey's, they roll in. And do they connect? Oh my god, they do. Bailey's, they crash into half of the Marines, but there's still the other half. Yeah, the other half is still remaining. Tank did go down. Turrets being thrown down behind this. Ro8's massing on more Zerglings. No longer supply blocked. True. No longer blocked. Maru, he does splits. He does spread. And now he stims in. Yeah, he stims and he wins. He breaks on through. We need Ling Bane to deal with this. Without Ling Bane, there's no defense. And it looks like Maru, he has done it. He breaks the expansion. Stims into the natural. Again, that supply block. I mean, Ro8 is still supply blocked, by the way. He can't make it. The other Queens. They Bailey's gets targeted down. Queens as well. The boys are being pulled. And again, Maru, he has done it. He's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the main army, pushing into the natural. It's been a while since we've seen a committed buy like this, but again, like it was a reaction to his dead SCVs, to his losses. He lost so much across the map, he just sent it. Mutas, they will defend, just barely. Okay. Mutas do defend. But Maru's still rallying. And again, Mutas on their own are not good enough. They're not good enough. Catching up on overlords, ensuring there are no reinforcements. As Maru, he does back off. Bearing in mind, Maru, he already has a better economy. Like Maru, he's on 3 bases. He's on 66 workers. 3 base saturation. He can start up his 4th CC. Maru, he's perfectly fine here. There it is. 4th command center is on the way. Lord production as well. Taking his gases. Getting a 2nd factory. And Ro8 cannot keep up. Not like this. Again, it was a cheeky build going into the Mutas. As I mentioned, the Muta play was delayed. It was a reaction to what he had scouted. And against the heavy Marine army, against the heavy Bio Mutas, they're difficult to make work. Supply blocks didn't help. We saw multiple supply blocks from Ro8. So, messy defense. And with that, Maru, he rotates to the left-hand side, going for the final expansion. He's moving in. And that's it now. Yeah, the hatchery does full. Again, Ro8 just cannot engage. Just cannot engage. Not like this. GG gets called, and Maru, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Maru does take a lead in the series. Again, Rogue, he did try to be cheeky here. He did try to go for his own reactions to what he had scouted. He did, of course, get eyes on the Cloak Banshee play. He did go for the reactive Muta play as well, but remember, he got scouted. Remember, the Spire was scouted by the Banshees, and Maru, he was able to react in time, able to react, able to respond, and able to make sure that the Mutas didn't really get much damage done. In the end, Rogue, he committed, and he was able to find like a tank, a couple of Marine kills. He was able to get some damage, but he just forced the all-in. He forced the counterattack, and Rogue could not deal with that main army. That's the downside of investing so heavily into Mutas, is that your ground force is weaker as a result. Delayed Evo Chambers, delayed upgrades, delayed Ling Bane in favor of Mass Muta, and if you cannot stop your opponent from pushing, then you just crumble. You just crumble. Your army is made out of paper. It's such a fragile composition, made to harass, not made to fight head-on. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting ready here for game number dos. Game 2 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Smaller map, a shorter rush distance, aggression's favored, and we're expecting more aggression out of Maru. We are not expecting a longer game. Those are rarer nowadays. We're expecting Maru to try to end it early. Vamonos. Take it away, Pat. Take it away. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, Rogue. Top left, we have for onside, the Korean Terran, Maru. Let us go, and here we go. Top left, we have Maru once again opening up 2 Rax Reaper. Now, if you recall, we did mention that there were various variations here to Rax Reaper. You can commit into a 3rd Rax and go Mass Reaper and go for a delayed 3rd TC, or you can go 2 Rax Reaper into your natural base. I keep saying delayed 3rd TC. I can go 3 Rax Reaper into a delayed natural base instead. Or you can go 2 Rax Reaper into a 2-on-1, which we did not see last time. Remember last time we saw an interesting add-on swap here into Reactored Hellion, into Banshee play, into delayed Stim, which was more unorthodox, but we could see the much more standard 2-on-1 follow-up instead. We could see a 3 Rax follow-up, a 4 Rax follow-up instead, or 2 base all-in. Maru has options. Maru, he does have plenty of options here. We'll see what he does end up embracing. For now though, 2 Rax Reaper. Likewise from Rogue, I'm curious to see if he does go for an earlier Roach Warren this time. If he goes for an earlier Roach all-in, Roaches in general here. If you remember, Rogue, he initially was going into Roaches, then he cancelled and did decide to go into Mutas as a reaction, as a response. This time he might just commit into Roach play instead. I would say that it is riskier to play Mutas on 10,000 feet because that rush distance by ground is so much shorter that if Maru were to break out and push, he hits even harder compared to the last game. Meanwhile, this is not 2 Rax Reaper, it is Rax Expand. Okay, we're pulling a bit of a Juanito here. Interesting. Now, I say Juanito. Juanito, he usually goes Rax into Factory, then into CC. This is Rax CC. So this is going to be a Rax Expand here by Maru. This is very bold. Very, very bold here. This is going to be lacking the map control that 2 Rax Reaper gives you. True. This is lacking that map control. This is a little bit greedier because you're able to wall off that much faster and cut corners when it comes to claiming your 3rd CC. But again, less Reapers, less aggression, and Maru does make his base vulnerable when it comes to all-ins, as the production is going to be exposed. So again, I'm hoping that Rogue does try to punish this, but we'll see. For now, the first Reaper has arrived. It does poke in towards the natural. Pokes in. Rogue, he will barely save the drone. Does save the worker. Second drone is going to pull it. Oh my god, Rogue! Oh, he will lose 1. A little bit late to react there. A rough start for Rogue. 1 drone goes down. And where is that 3rd hatchery? Zergling does poke in, and I believe it will delay. Not bad. Yeah, Reaper has a race back home as the CC is delayed for Maru. Very nice control there, very nice aggression by Rogue. That 1 Zergling did disrupt the build, and that 1 Zergling confirms the 1-1-1. Now, interesting location with the starport. Now, because the starport is further back in the main base, what does that mean? That means there's no add-on swap. It's too far away. There's no add-on swap here. So, with there being no add-on swap, there's less of a chance it's going to be into Cloak Banshee. This might be Viking into BC, into Mech. We have seen Maru embrace Mech in recent times in ZVT, so that is in the back of my mind, going Viking first. We could see Liberator first instead. Curious here, but straight up 1-1-1 is hyper aggressive. Going into Reactored Hellions. Do we go for an armory? We could go for a medevac instead on that medevac. Sorry, on the starports. Go into medevac production. Once again, lair first out of Rogue. That is an early lair. That's what, 335-ish? 330-ish? So early lair out of Rogue. Hellions, they just bust in. No, they get into the middle line. No Lings. No Lings to defend. Greed here by Rogue as drones getting roasted. 5 drones do go down. Lings, they just barely pop out in time. But that's still brutal damage. 5 drone kills. Now with these Hellions going down, it looks like it was going to be Hellbats, by the way. It's a medevac, not a Viking. So a medevac behind this. More reactored Hellion. But no armory. That's what's catching me off guard. And he cancels the... No, wait. What? Oh, no, he made it, yeah. Made the medevac going for his Hellion drop. But again, no armory, so no Hellbats. Just straight Hellion drop instead. And do we go for a second factory? As Hellion production is ending. Okay, does stop Hellion production. Second racks, no mech. Okay, no mech here. Going to a bio follow-up. Hellions, they drop in. They do break into the mineral line, but no major damage here. 3 drones go down. Hellions, they do get focused. 4 drones for 3 Hellions. A bit of a one-to-one trade. Ah, there it is. Cancels the racks, throws down the factories. That's why we assumed it was going to be mech initially. It is going to be mech. And again, if you haven't been watching StarCraft as of late, Maru, he has been playing a lot of mech over the past year, over the past 12 months. We've been seeing a lot of mech out of Maru. We're seeing it again. Now, Lings did just rescout, so they did confirm the second factory being built, so Rogue now knows. And we should be seeing a Roach 1 response. Yeah, Roach 1 is done. Roach Speed is on the way. Range is on the way as well. It is going to be Roach Ravager versus Mech. But Rogue has a stifled economy early on, as he still loses more drones. The Liberator gets 2 more drones in the main. Yeah, 2 more drone kills. Aye. Oh, this is not your standard battle mech, by the way. Going into Widmine production. Interesting. Mine's going to be ideal against a Ling heavy style, but this is Roaches. There's the scan, does confirm the Roach heavy composition. And Rogue, do you see what I see? No drones. He's oh, okay, never mind. He starts droning. He cut workers early, but now he starts droning up. Rogue is going for a very committed push, but he's not all in. Rogue is not all in. He's going to be applying pressure, ideally sniping the add-ons. That would be the ideal. Catching out the tech lab on the factory, specifically. Does break forward. And you can see him focusing on that tech lab. He wants it. He wants the lab, and he will get it. Nice pick up. Tech lab goes down. And he should get the reactor as well. The reactor should fall. Again, nice pickups. This is the downside of going for the low ground setup like this, is your add-ons and your production is vulnerable. Tanks are too far back. Files down the wall. And again, he's just getting value here. We have all these SCVs that are not mining. Production is disrupted. Now the tank does move forward. This Rogue, he wants that factory. He wants it. Behind this, Rogue is reinforcing as well. And again, the factory does catch fire. The Biles, oh my god, Biles connect, catching at a Hellion. A real nice trade. He's gonna get a tank, he can. Yeah, one tank goes down. Going for the other. Now gonna be forced back, and Rogue has been droning. He's been droning, saturating. Ooh, mining is gonna be denied at the third base. Nice counterattack here by Maru. Nice counterattack. Rogue pulls away for a moment. We have the forward base being taken. Maru, he finally does break out. Now, bearing in mind, what is the power of mech? Turtling, defending. We bring this up all the time, but a 3-base play here on 10,000 feet is very secure, very easy to turtle up and defend. Sorry, 4-base play, I meant to say. The 4th base is very close to the 3rd. It's all very centralized. Meanwhile, Rogue quick to go into Swarm Hosts. Swarm Hosts are a great way, especially on this map, to punish that center base. Again, the ravine here in the center of the map does leave the mineral line vulnerable, and siege units like Broodlords or like Swarm Hosts can punish that center base. Nice catching the Hellions. Swarm Hosts are coming, and Maru is struggling. I'll be honest, I don't see Maru maintaining the 3rd. I don't see it happening. The Locust Wave should punish it. Here come the Swarm Hosts. Here comes the Locust Wave. We'll see if we go for the mineral line or for the tanks. We can still force friendly fire. Ravager's ready to move in at the same time. He commits, he dives. He gets one. Yeah, one tank goes down, dives on the main army. Gets 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. Oh my god. GG gets called. Rogi snowballs out of control, and we tie up the series 1-1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Rogi does have the series. We're going to the ace match here, and again, a bold move out of Maru to go into this mech style, but one, it was delayed because he cancelled the Raxes and he threw down the factories. On top of that, he did go for it after a Rax opener on the low ground, meaning his production was exposed. So his production was very, very delayed, was very disrupted just because of the nature of the build itself, because of that low ground production setup, and Rogue to take full advantage of that. Likewise, Rogue was already going to Roaches. Before he even scouted the mech, he was already building up in a Roach heavy composition, already ready for the counter to Maru's army. GG. GG, well played. Again, bold move to go into mech after exposing yourself and exposing all your production. Was punished, should have been punished, and with that, we're getting into the ace match. Going to be loading into the Old Republic. This is a larger map compared to 10,000 feet, but still very aggressive. We'll get into it. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Zerg player. It is Rogue, the Blue Zerg. In the bottom left, we have the Red Terran. For onside, it is Maru. And once again, we have the low ground set up now. Bearing in mind, Game 1, 2 Rax Reaper. Game 2, Rax Expand. Game 3, do we go Rax in a factory to go 2 Rax Reaper once again? Maru here has shown us that he's willing to mix things up when it comes to his low ground setup, but has been going low ground every single game. And again, that means that his production is going to be exposed. Now, welcome to the Old Republic. The Old Republic has a longer rush distance by ground compared to 10,000 feet. That is true. Longer rush distance by ground. So typically that favors longer games. But what doesn't favor longer games is the 3rd, 4th, and 5th base locations. These base locations, not the natural, not what we're seeing here, but the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they're a lot more open, a lot more exposed, and we do often see a lot of 3 base all-in specifically to break that position, to break the 4th base, to break the 3rd base, and to end the game early on. Meanwhile, Rogue going hatch pool gasless. Ooh, gasless opener out of Rogue, 2x Reaper out of Maru. I favor Maru here. I mean, it's going to be an interesting setup. So, a couple of things. Rogue opening up gases, what does that mean? That means late link speed. Late link speed means late answer for the Reapers. The Reapers themselves are going to be able to have a stronger presence because link speed is going to be delayed. Now, the upside is that there's going to be a higher queen count, right? Earlier pool means earlier queen production, and it means more queens. So more queens going to be out. So the queen should have a robust defense, but it means that Rogue will be lacking map control. Now, typically when we open up gases like this, it means that we're going to be skipping link speed anyway, and we're going to be going into a faster Roach Warren. That is usually the case. Faster Roaches or faster lair tech, because we usually just don't bother with link speed. We'll see how Rogue spends his gas, as Rogue does scout the 2 Rax Reaper. So Rogue is aware. As you can see, the queens are almost out. They're almost already out here as queen production is faster. As Reapers are moving in. And they will contain. So again, without link speed, Rogue is going to be contained on 2 bases for that much longer. One drone, ooh, one drone goes down. The Reaper should get away. Yep, the Reaper does pull out, one shot away from going down. Second Reaper threatens the dive, but will be deflected. And you can see Rogue, he has 100 gas. He's got the gas, but what I'm curious about here is Roach Warren or Lair. Or I guess link speed. It's a very low chance that we get link speed first. Ideally, we're spending our gas elsewhere. It looks like Rogue, he's going there first. I'm assuming that because he's waiting for the queen. Meanwhile, we dive in. Another drone. 2 drone kills, and the Reapers get away. Reapers, they pull back. We do see Maru going for a very fast 3rd CC and rushing into early stim. He's going for a 362 on 1. 362 on 1. He goes to the dive. He's checking for tech. Sees no Roach Warren, sees no Lair. Reapers will go down. He does get 1. He does get 3 drones in total. Oh my god. And after the Reapers go down, then we see the Lair. But this is a late Lair as a result. So Rogue is going Lair first, but late Lair just because it was waiting for the Reapers to go down. And with this, Rogue, he can either go 2 base Muta. He can go into Roach play, one or the other. That's typically the go-to. I mean, I say that Shin has been playing a lot with 2 base Hydra. 2 base Hydra has been Shin's go-to. So that's also on the table. Technically, Link Queen Knight is sold in, I suppose. Reaper scouts, Reaper confirms the lair. So a nice scout here by Maru. Will cost him the Reaper, but it's worth it. And he gets another drone. Oh my god, another drone goes down. That's what, 5 drone kills? That is insane. Gas is being taken. Remember, Sim is almost done, and hey, good thing we brought it up. There it is, 2-base Hydra. Now again, this is a relatively common build amongst the Korean players, the Korean Zergs. That's why I brought it up, specifically Shin. Shin and Solar, and a little bit of Rogue. Rogue is less reliant on this, Shin and Solar are more reliant on this, but going to 2-base Hydra has been a viable build over the past 5 months. This year, basically. This year. Over the past 5 months. Maybe 4 months, like coming into this year is maybe a better way of putting it. But here we go, Hydra upgrades are on the way. Eva Chamber as well, that should be for +1 carapace. So again, we're building up our armies. Nice catch from the Overseer. Remember, Maru's going to be hitting a sim timing, and as he hits that sim timing, because of the 2-base Hydra, what does that mean? That means no Banelings. There's going to be no Banelings to defend. It also means that Ling upgrades are going to be delayed. So we're heavily reliant on those Hydras, and the Hydras, they can hold their own, don't get me wrong, but if we bleed out too many Lings, if the Hydras are exposed, then they will crumble. So Hydras are very much so a glass cannon in this kind of setup. Here comes Maru's move out, here comes the sim timing. Rogue is aware, he does spot this. Yeah, the observer pointing out just the lower SCV count. And how committed Maru is. Now Maru's not all in, he's getting 1-1 upgrades, he is making SCVs behind this. But this is a very strong timing. And so far just 9 creep, okay. So Rogue is holding. Rogue should hold on. I say that, where are the Lings? Queens might be enough, 1 Hydra goes down. Does sniper Hydra. Rogue is droning in the face of this. Bold move here, but he's going to get away with it. Oh, he rotates over. He does catch the active tumor. One of them. Does catch one of the active tumors. Ooh, doesn't quite catch the queen, but does get 1 Hydra, 2 Hydras. Better trade to Maru. Better trades. Maru pulls away. Pulls away, races back home. And Rogue actually going Infestor first. Okay. Going Ling Hydra Infestor. Fungals will punish Maru's move out, so Maru has got to be careful. He's got to be careful here. When it comes to his aggression, Fungals will completely shut him down. Faster Lurker Den is on the way. I believe this is purely without any Banelings. Yeah, there's no Baneling nest. Fastest is still in production. Rogue, he's going to be very careful here. It's a very delicate dance. And he does hold. Yeah, Rogue is holding on. He maintains the 4th base. Infestors have arrived. Now he's ready to fungal. He's ready for it. There it is. Ooh, massive fungal. Yeah, catching at the Ari. Massive catch. The chain fungal. And Maru, he will lose everything. 1, 2 medevacs go down. Sorry, 1 medevac goes down. And every marine. And Maru, he plummets in supply. Tank does siege. Nice tank shots. Yeah, nice tank shots. There's 1 fungal left. I believe 2 fungals are used. Sorry, 2 fungals remaining. There were 4 infestors. My apologies. Thought there were 3. So 2 fungals remaining. Tanks are slowly pushing forward. But again, Maru, he has lost the bulk of his army. Army does move in. Infestors, they pull away. Nice split, nice spread. Fungal does land. And once again, the chain fungals here, but there aren't enough Hydras. Barely not enough Hydras here. Yeah, tanks, they gain more ground. And Rogue, he spent a lot of fungals there. A lot of energy. He was premature. Yeah, Rogue was premature, and Maru, he may have just done it. Yep, the center base, there's no saving it, not anymore. That was a waste of the fungals. Rogue, he miscalculated. He misjudged how much he had and how much he could deal with. And Maru's done it. Maru, he's just overwhelming. He stims on forward, takes on all the Hydras. As we mentioned, it was a very delicate dance here for Rogue, and he had to make sure he had enough for the fight. He just attacked too soon, did not have enough, and with that, Maru, he breaks through. The boys are being pulled. Every drone is going to go down here. Nice target firing on the Hydras. Fungal lands. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. GG gets called, and Maru will take the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Maru, he will claim the series, but I'll be honest, I was more impressed by Rogue in this final game. Like, that was a very, very difficult game to try to traverse there for Rogue. It was, as we mentioned, it was a very, very delicate dance. Like, everything was on a knife's edge there for Rogue defending, and he defended against the first buy push very well, but as you mentioned, he did engage too soon with that second fight. He engaged too soon. He did not have enough Ling Hydra to collapse on top of the tanks, so even though the fungals landed, he could not actually clean up that tank count, and that was what was important there. So Rogue, he just had to be more patient. He had to wait for more reinforcements. As he mentioned, it looked like he just misjudged how much he had and how much he was pushing into, and with that took a bad fight, and everything just went downhill from there. GG, well played. And with that, Maru, he will claim the series. He will advance on. And with that, we have our winners match. It's going to be a TBT rematch from EWC between Cure and Maru. Let's go. As I mentioned, Cure, he was a player that knocked Maru out of the Esports World Cup. So Curie's already done it before on a bigger stage, and we'll see if he can do it again. We'll see if Maru can get his revenge. As we're going to be going on a short break, we'll see you guys soon with the winners match. See you soon. Let's go.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 1 Round of 8 Group A. Welcome back to the winners match, as we are again halfway through the broadcast. We just wrapped up with our first two series, with our first two matches. Kyor took down Classic 2-0, Maru took down Ro8 2-1. Non-stop aggression, hyper aggressive and short games and short series here so far in the broadcast. Now we're jumping into the winners match. It's going to be a TVT between Kyor and Maru, and likewise followed by an elimination match between Classic and Rogue. Just what a brutal group stage as well. The group of death is upon us, and again we'll be bidding adieu to either Classic or Rogue momentarily, but for now we're here to determine which is the first player to make it through into the top 4, into the semis. Will it be one Terran or the other? Will it be Kyor or Maru? Let's go. Let us go as we do have a look at our players here. They are getting ready for us. And now we did mention this previously, but this is a rematch from EWC. Kyor did eliminate Maru in the Esports World Cup last year in 2025. He was the reason why Maru was taken the hell out. And we'll see if Maru can get his revenge in this best of 3. Let's go. We're here in the round of 8 of GSL. Game 1 is going to be Winter Madness. Game 2, the Old Republic. Game 3, Tourmaline. Ooh, interesting. Tourmaline made it through the vetoes. That is one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool. Winter Madness is more macro-oriented, and Old Republic is a bit of a mix of the two here. So, interesting lineup here. We have gotten rid of the extreme maps. We've gotten rid of Celestial Enclave, Mothership, White Rabbits, Kyor getting rid of the more dynamic maps. Meanwhile, Maru likewise gets rid of Tidal Citadel, 10,000 Feet, and Ruby Rock. Interesting veto so far, considering that Tourmaline made it through. That does add a little bit of flair to this, but oh, we're just jumping right in. There we go. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player for Team Liquid. It is Kyor. In the top left, we have frontside Maru. Our TVT is upon us, and again, we're expecting hyper aggression. I mean, kind of like a TVT is kind of the extremes. We do often see a lot of cheese, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression. That is very common in TVT. But what I will say, between Kyor and Maru, they are both willing to play mech, slow things down, and build up into a longer macro game as well. They're willing to do so. They're willing to do, whether or not they do, I mean, yet to be determined. For now, we're going to be opening up. Show us what you got. As you can see here, no SCVs are sent across the map, and no cheese, no proxy, no shenanigans yet. Second gas geyser for Maru, so Maru's going for a double gas opener. Meanwhile, ooh, Kyor with 2 racks Reaper from back at home. Ay. Kyor, he does go for a very cheeky build here. Kyor, he's going for what's supposed to be a hard counter to a proxy. So a big gamble here by Kyor, and it does not pay off. Kyor was hoping that Maru would be going for a proxy, would be going for some hyper aggression and cheese. Maru's going for a safe build, and as a result, when it comes to the rock paper scissors of the openers, I do favor Maru here. Maru's going for a safe build, going for a faster Hellion. Kyor is going 2x Reaper, hoping to catch the 2x Reaper of his opponent, but that won't happen. So there's a lot of pressure on Kyor to get some damage done and to make this build worth his while. So the pressure is on Kyor. The gamble was real. Maru, he will delay the CC. He'll be an annoyance here on the low grounds. Be as annoying as possible. As you can see, there is no Rax expand, and Maru does confirm. Maru does pull out, hiding his SCV. Behind this again, more Reapers are being built here for Kyor. Building on more Reapers. Maru has to be careful not to be too overly aggressive here. Ideally, Kyor wants to catch that first Reaper, and Maru should not overextend, but he's moving out. This is risky. This is a very risky move here. As again, Kyor does have the Reaper advantage, and if Maru loses that first Reaper initially, I mean, that just snowballs, and that can just snowball out of control. Maru moves in. He moves in. Does confirm. He sees. Yeah, he does see. He has to get the hell out of here. Kyor likewise rushing across the map. The Reaper's out of position, and Maru is exposed. He may have to pull the boys. He may have to pull the boys here to defend. It's going to be a messy defense. He needs that Hellion. Reapers arrive. Maru has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. SCV goes down. Losing 1, losing 2 SCVs. And the Reaper. Ooh, Reaper gets sniped as well. Massive big off here for Kyor. Takes down the Reaper, takes down two SCVs, and he might catch another Reaper. Oh my god! He gets another Reaper. Again, this is what we mentioned. Again, it was such a big risk for Maru to move out with that first Reaper, forced to cancel, and Maru, he falls behind. Initially, when it came to the openers, I was favoring Maru, but that was only if he stayed at home and he moved out. He got punished for it, he got overwhelmed. Ooh, the Reapers do stack. They do stack. Oh my god, they do stack up. So a bit of a back and forth trade here, but we do favor Cure now coming in towards the early game. Cure, he has a stronger start. He has to rebuild his CC. So I meant to say Maru has a stronger start. God. All these Terrans. They look alike. So Cure, he has a stronger start. He is building up. Maru, he is struggling here as Maru, he has to slowly build up and rebuild his CC. I think what's confusing me, I'll be honest, is that the names are flipped. Like Cure is on the bottom, but his name is on top, so that messed me up a little bit. But yeah, Cure, he has the advantage, and Maru to catch up, third CC. So Maru, he's rushing into a third CC. Maru, he's trying to be hyper greedy to rush into the economy to catch up. We'll see if he can get away with it. It's a big risk, it's a big gamble here for Maru, but he has to gamble. Otherwise, he will fall behind and he will stay behind. So the pressure's on Maru. Cure, just chilling. He's just big chilling here. Securing his bases, building up the Ravens into his eventual 2-on-1, into his bio setup, into an eventual third CC. Now, currently Cure is unaware as to the greed of Maru. If Cure moves out or if he scans, if he figures out what's going on, then he can apply pressure, he can push, and he can contain Maru on two bases while he claims his own third. We'll see. Oof, as the Reaper Scout is denied. Last Reaper is denied. Massing out a second Raven. Going for the Atom Soul, working towards Stim. I'm assuming. And for now, the game is slowing down. We're just calming things down here. We're still waiting for the third command center. It looks like Cure might just get it on location. There's the add-on swap, so Tech Lab on the factory, Tech Lab on the fax, on the racks into Sim. And there's that third command center on location. It's on location here. There's the scan. He doesn't quite get eyes on the third TC, but he's going to start to move out. Again, the goal here should be to delay the command center. Should be to delay. The counter scan confirms the bio, confirms the stim. Here does move out. And again, this should just be to contain. Ascuri does have the larger army, he's got more tanks, he has more Vikings. Does leave his Reapers at him to defend, and he will defend. Catching at a Hellion, very nice. Hellion goes down. Here he's within range of the would-be CC. That's all he cares about, just delay the command center. He's okay. Gonna rotate. And catching at a Hellion. Catching at the Hellions. From here, still building up. Here comes the main push, this time reinforcing with everything. Again, he's got his higher Raven count, he's got his Sables. Oh, I say higher Raven count, my apologies. Maru, he built up to 4 Ravens, but he has no Vikings. So, technically, Cure can zone. He can zone away the Ravens and force himself in. Here, catching at the Cyclone. Ravens actually, oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna say they're going across the map to harass, and they are. This is risky. This is very risky here from Maru. He's going for economic damage. He's going for SCV kills. The downside, of course, is that he won't have them defensively back at home. As the Ravens will not be seen. They do slip by. Army's in position. Oh no, the lock on. Oh, locks onto the Raven. Yeah, he has to pull away, and Vikings not too far behind this. Yeah, Vikings are coming. Not double to triple disable even. Very nice. And the Ravens get caught out. Losing one, losing two, losing all three. Ay, ay, ay. Maru, he's going to be losing everything here. He throws down 2 auto turrets in desperation. He does not kill the Raven. Doesn't kill anything. Maru, he was already behind and now falling further behind here, losing 3 Ravens. I believe there's 1 left unless the final Raven escaped. That I'm not so sure about. Okay, 1 Raven did escape. Curie's now freely going for his own double drop. He's going for his own double drop, moving out towards left hand side. Does move out. Likewise, Maru's also being active. Pushing through the center. Curie's out of position. Okay, does spot the army. Curie, he rotates. Does rotate over. Does spot the medevacs. Curie's giving chase. Does he siege in time? Maru does engage. Yeah, Curie does push forward. Even flanking the army. Who does try to flank. Catching out Marines. Nice catch there by Cure. Now he's moving in. Now he's moving on forward here. He does have his 2 Ravens. At the same time, there are some Vikings here for Maru. Maru securing the high ground. But Cure's almost maxed. Remember, Curie's had the advantage the entire game from the beginning, from the start. From the initial 2x Reaper. And behind this, throwing down 3 starports. Oh my god, both players taken to the skies. Again, when it comes to mid to late game TVT, it's all about the sky. Sorry, I said sky tools. It's all about the Sky Terran. It's all about the Sky Terran here. It's all about building up and securing your air control, mass Viking into mass Raven, into potentially BC in the hyper late game. But it's all about that air control, all about the Vikings and the Ravens. That's all that matters. And Liberators, of course. That comes hand in hand. Cure's maxed. And Maru's claiming his 4th, so is Cure. Cure spots the expansion, and Cure, he rotates over towards the 4th. Now, the plan here, though, do we... Oh, as the scan reveals the drop, I was going to say, do we distract the 4th and push in towards natural? Maru's aware. Oh, the tank shots. Oh, my god. Catching of the Marines. Nice catch by Cure. Nice catch. And Cure scans up the ramp. Does he still commit up the ramp? Remember, he got scattered earlier. Maru, he knows. Maru's getting ready. Cure, he rotates to the left-hand side. He commits in. He's stimming. Yeah, does go for the mass stim. He disables 2 tanks, but he does not have enough. Yeah, Cure does not have enough to break through. Maru, he's holding. Yeah, that was a messy fight from Cure. It was messy. To commit in with only 2 disables, that was not worth it. Maru's holding. And Cure has to back off and find another way in. Again, on Winter Madness, it's quite easy to secure yourself in 4 bases. The 5th base is more exposed, that is true. I would want to see Cure take a faster 5th, right? Cure has map control, but what has he done with it? His 4th was late, and his 5th is not here yet. So, not really, again, there wasn't really much achieved with that map control. Maru is slowly catching up. He's catching him in supply, at least. He's getting there. Maru going for a Marine, run by on the right-hand side. I believe a planetary should be done. Tanks, they try to catch out the initial tower. Ooh, Maru does thread the needle here, going for the mineral line. Nice Liberator, gets a tank. Marines, they stim in. A very nice run by here. SCVs are going down, brutal damage. They have 5 SCVs and a Viking. Getting 1, getting 2, getting 3 Vikings here. 4, wow, 4 Vikings go down. Much more efficient trade by Maru. Again, he was able to slip by. And Cure, as I mentioned, that lead that he once had, he's losing it. Cure is still favored currently, but bleeds out another tank. Going for a Desperation Doom Drop. Maru moves out, and Cure is moving in. Cure, he's committing. There are a handful of turrets here, but it might not be enough. I believe he might kill one, maybe two medevacs. There we go, he does commit in. One medevac goes down. Yeah, that's a full medevac falling. Maru's in position. Yeah, Maru, he's more or less in position. Mass disable of the tanks. Oh, there's one tank firing. It's a messy fight here for Cure. Does get the mineral line. But the Vikings land. The Vikings land, and Maru, he will clean up everything. This was not worth it. It was not worth it here. Sure, he gets the mineral line, but Cure will lose everything. And again, just to reiterate, Cure, that lead that he once had, it's gone. It is going here. When it comes to the main army compositions, Cure, I believe he has a Viking advantage. I want to say even on Vikings. Maru, he has more tanks. Cure has more Marines and more. It's just more Marines. Yeah, I favor Maru here. Maru, he's got more tanks. He has more Ravens. Maru has the better army. As I mentioned earlier, it's all about that air control, and Maru, he has it. He has the air control. He's the other tank Viking. Got that tank Viking set up. And this is anyone's game, but again, we lean towards Maru's overall composition so far. It's on Cure to be active and to backstab and to try to rotate. Again, Cure's only advantage is Marine counts, which is very mobile. But Maru, he's looking solid. Now, of course, there are ways for Cure to recover in this game, but he is heavily reliant on catching Maru out of position. Heavily reliant. And Maru, he does have some of the best late game TBT out there. Straight up. Like, second only to Ryung, right? I mean, but Ryung, he coaches Maru, so... Who better could you ask for than Ryung as your teammate for TBT? Maru does catch him out, cleaning up all the Marines. Tanks are slowly pushing forward. We're sieging in. Does catch out one, does catch out two tanks. Nice moves here out of Maru. We have the counter disables. Ooh, one tank does get left though. And as a result, yeah, tanks are going down. Still a better trade for Maru. You could argue a waste of disables for Cure. Spoke in. Cure has taken a Viking lead. He's got 24 Vikings. The Vikings, armor shred on the Vikings on Cure. Ooh, the Woos is Ravens. Ravens get caught out. Mass disable. Mass disable. Mass auto charts as well. Cure being bullied back, and Maru, he dominates this fight. He dominates. He had less Vikings, but he lands the armor shred, throws down the auto turrets, and Maru, he snowballs out of control. And it takes over the fight, keeps pushing in again and again. Cure had such a strong start here. He had the better early game, he had the better mid game. But again, Cure, he lost that lead. He had some rough fights pushing into the fourth base. He had that failed Doom drop as well. And with that, Maru, he snowballs out of control here in the late game. Okay, he's got Ryung in his corner, but he's got the tuna. What can you do? What can you do, man? As he breaks through the third, now pushing in towards the natural, and GG gets called. Cure cannot stop this. Maru, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A very impressive comeback here out of Maru. Very cool, calm, and collected. Despite the deficit, despite the rough position that Maru was in, he was able to hold on, able to defend, turtle up, take a better engagement, sneak out across the map, and of course punish a said Doom drop as well. Cure, he was so dedicated, he was so desperate for damage. You can sense the frustrations from Cure, recognizing, understanding that he had an advantage and that he was losing it, and in that desperation, made mistakes, made some rough calls, and Maru did punish. did punish. With that, Maru takes a lead, and now we're going to be loading into game number 2, going to be loading into the Old Republic. Here we go. Here we go. When it comes to Kura's play, it wasn't just like the rough fights he was taking, but as I mentioned earlier, Kura, he had map control for so long, but what was he doing with that map control? His 4th was late. His 5th was late. Considering the game state, considering the map control that he had, there were definitely steps he could have taken to take a stronger lead, to gain a stronger foothold, and to get further and further ahead. But last, here we go. We're loading into game number 2. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran for Team Liquid, Kyor. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the red Terran for Onside. It is Maru. Let's go. Whew, let us go. We are jumping into game number 2 here, and again, Maru, he does take a lead in this series. Can he close it out here and now? Remember, this is the winner's match, and this is the match point as well. We're on match point. Best of 3. It's only a best of 3 here. One more game is all that Maru needs to claim the series. Now, bearing in mind, because this is the winner's match, regardless of who wins and regardless of who loses, the loser of this series will not be knocked out. They will have another chance. They will have a chance at redemption in the decider match. So they will have another opportunity. Otherwise, yo, hands off the keyboard. Again, posture check in the chat. True. Posture check. No slouching, papi, no slouching. Check your posture. As we settle into game numero dos. From here, Curie does move out towards the south side, moving out with his SCV, likewise Maru straight through the center. SCV scouts are a little bit rarer in TBT, but both players will move out with their workers. They will confirm. This time it is going to be a double gas opener out of Cure. Cure once again going for a faster factory. We saw this last game. We're seeing it here as well. Meanwhile, Maru, sorry, my apologies, was the reverse. Maru goes Rax Expand. So economic opener out of Maru. Meanwhile, standard tech heavy, safer build out of Cure. Bearing in mind the last game, Cure did open up 2 Rax Reaper and did excel early on, and Maru he went for the double gas opener. So we have a bit of a role reversal in a sense. This time Cure is going double gas, but Maru is playing economically. So with this, the pressure's on Cure to get damage done early on. Maru he will naturally have the better economy thanks to the faster CC. Ooh, they do trade. No, Maru he escapes. He takes out the SCV and Maru he gets away. Ay, ay, ay. Maru he does out control Cure here. He does out trade at least slightly. Oh, assuming he gets away. Oh, the SCV. Ooh, never mind. We have a 1-to-1 trade here. Yeah, 1-to-1 trade. Cure shoots first. And Cure does shoot first. He will disrupt, but he will not delay. Won't delay the command center. Maru will defend. And from here, we're building up. Now, as a reminder, Maru's natural is faster. His economy is going to be stronger. Again, Cure, he's looking for economic damage. He is following this up with more Reapers and Hellions. Here comes that second Reaper. He does keep applying pressure. Will kill the SCV. Will not delay the command center, though. Does move in. And can he overwhelm? He's going for it. He's going for the dive. Does go for the dive. Does trade 1-for-1. Where's that Hellion? It's still on the way. He's still rallying. Behind this, getting to zone 1-1-1. Both players are. And Cure, he will at least deny some mining, at least currently. Denies mining. Delays natural saturation. Still keeps rallying in. Remember, Cure, he ideally wants some more damage here. And he does force the work off the mineral line. Okay. Ooh, does catch up the Hellion. Very nice. And nice KDA charge. Hellion goes down. Marines are getting bullied here, down to 2. Yeah, down to 2 Marines. Hellion's ball back just in time, and Maru holds. Maru, he does hold on. But again, costs him 2 SCVs. And after the early game, who do we give the edge here to? Cure. Cure, he does have a slight worker edge, slight worker lead. Behind this, Cure going into safety Cyclones. Meanwhile, Maru going into faster Ravens. Ooh, keeping the tech lab on the starport. No tech lab on the factory. So slightly faster Raven production. Oh, that's a 3rd CC. Okay, for both players. Both players expand, both players claim their 3rds. So faster economies for both players. Worker counts are, again, actually slightly in favor of Maru. But from here, I mean, we're still neck and neck, and we can build up in towards the early game. Building it. So players are amassing. From here, we're just going to be calming things down, claiming our third bases. We should be seeing some pressure applied once we do start to claim our third bases and start to gain map control and start to push out. So we could see either one attempt to delay the opposing third expansion, but until that timing, we're stuck at home. Just chilling back at home. And when it comes to the map itself, welcome to welcome to the Old Republic. This map, it is much more difficult to maintain a 4-base setup. You saw how quote-unquote easy it was, or how easier it is to maintain 4 bases on Winter Madness, but here on the Old Republic, your 4th base is much more exposed, so aggression is more favored here. It's much more difficult to defend and to turtle up and to be that more defensive player. Not impossible, just more difficult. So we'll see who does fight for map control first. You can definitely make the argument that Maru, he has the best defensive play out there in the world when it comes to Terran players. I think I would agree with that. We'll see if Kira can break that defense. Assuming that's the roles we take. As Hellion pokes in, does get a full scout, confirming the bio, confirming the tech, the upgrades, ensuring there are no shenanigans. Likewise, third bases are floating over. Maru's slightly faster. Once again, going for some auto harass. I'm still reminded, by the way, that Maru lost his first 3 Ravens for nothing at the start of the last game. Like again, it was such a strong start for Cure. Like, yeah. I'm still thinking about game 1. Like, as Hellions, they poke in. Ravens, they do hit the natural. Nice harass, catching out 3 SCVs. Curie commits. Now, we spoke about this last game. The downside of harassing with the Ravens means there are no defensive auto targets, no defensive disables. Meanwhile, Maru, he does get in, and SCVs are going down. Curie's forced. Curie, he's committed. He's losing too much at home. Critical damage is being dealt as more SCVs are falling. 10 SCV kills and counting, and Curie's all in. Curie's all in. He has to push up the ramp. Disable the Cyclone, saves the Raven. 13 SCVs. We get up to 14. No, they stack up, and he commits. Nice disable. Disables the tank, does stim off the ramp as well, and Curie's breaking through. Wow, Curie's breaking through. He takes out the tank, stims on forward. Doesn't get the Cyclone, but he has to break the natural. He needs more damage. He's trying to move in. So far, 16 SCV kills. His tank does siege. And he's pushing forward. He's gaining ground, gets into the mineral line. He wants the tank. He gets it. The tank. Oh my god, tank goes down. Massive pickoff. Curie takes down the tank. Second tank arrives. And desperation here by Maru. Again, Maru, he did a great job harassing across the map, but as he mentioned, the risk you take is weaker defense. Weaker defenses. 34 SCVs, critical damage. Curie denied the third, crippled the economy, and he's still outside the natural. He's still not done. He's still rallying. He knows he's close. He knows he's so close to killing Maru. If given time, Maru will have energy on the Ravens. This is so risky. He's going for a double drop in the face of the all-in. He's crazy. Moves out across the map. He has nothing at home to defend. There's a scan. He stims in. There's just nothing here. There's nothing, Pappy. Throws down 2 turrets. The job comes back. Tank is sieged. And Cure bombs. GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Again, a risky play there by Maru. We saw the same thing in game 1, by the way. Going for the harass, going for the counterattack with those Ravens, meaning he had almost nothing to defend, or he had very little, I should emphasize. He had less to defend. Cure, he sent that across the map. Killer Instinct. But on top of that, there's something else here. The X factor that Winter Madness doesn't have. Remember what we said. The map favors aggression. The third base specifically on this map, the third and the fourth base are more open, they're more accessible. It is easier to be this aggressive on Old Republic compared to Winter Madness. So again, the map did favor aggression here for Cure. There was that little extra bit just in favor of Cure to snowball out of control, and he does break on through, breaks the third, breaks the natural. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match. Even if Maru had kept that drop at home, he was still at a deficit. That's why he went for the drop, to have a way to come back in that game. It was a risky move, but what else could he do? Stay back home and tie anyway. So went for the drop. Again, risky maneuver, wasn't quite worth it. He was hoping that maybe Cure would be more passive, and with that, we're going to the ace match. Let's go. We're jumping on in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Korean Terran, the Blue Terran for Team Liquid, Kyor. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have for onside, Maru. Hello, Kyor. As he moves out with the SCV. Fun fact, we have not actually experienced a single proxy racks this entire series up until now. It is going to be a proxy 2 racks at a Kyor. And the question becomes, does Maru go double gas? Or does he go double racks? Or does he go racks expands? What opener does Maru go for? If Maru goes for a greedy build, then he may just die here and now. Now it is Tourmaline, short rush distance by ground, a very aggressive map. This map does favor aggression, so we should be seeing a double gas opener out of Maru, but he does like to cut corners at times. Oh boy. As the second racks is going to be thrown down. Now, because it's so close and because this position is so obvious, there's a very high chance that Maru might just scout this location. But as you can see, the observer points out, single gas. Ooh, single gas opener. Greedy build by Maru is going for the racks expand. The SCV moves out across the map. He does not scout the proxy location, so he will not know what's going on. Maru, right now, he has the build order deficit. Now, once he gets across the map, he will confirm that the racks is missing, and he might immediately react with the bunker. If he does, then he might be able to defend. But it's all about his reaction. It's all about how he reads this build, whether he believes it's real or fake. Seeing the missing racks is not enough. But there it is, CC on the low ground. SCV comes in for the attempted scouts. Ooh, Maru, he sees the missing racks across the map, he knows. So he confirms the missing racks. Maru, he does not get the CC. He's getting a CC on the high ground. Oh, I mean, this is still risky. He's still going for the faster CC. And here come the Reapers. Maru has to pull the boys. He's going to have to pull the boys here. As Kyor shoots first. Yeah, Kyor shoots first. The boys are being pulled. Oh, Kyor, he does KDA charge himself. Oh, has to pull away. No, the Kyor, the first Reaper. Yeah, the first Reaper has to pull away. It barely does get away here. SCV with the deception. He gets it. Oh my god. He gets a shot off. The SCV. He's crazy. Get out of here. The Reaper should get away, but again got very low, and this will delay the aggression from Kyor. Will delay. Bunker's done. This should not have finished, but the bunker does finish. Maru, he's holding, he just needs more time. He needs a little bit more time here to fill up that bunker. There it is. Marines, they pop out. Bunker is not done, and Kyor's aggression is completely denied. Again, good reaction by Maru. He did not get a CC on the low ground. Likewise, he was able to delay that first Reaper, buy more time, and Maru's holding. Whew. Maru, he is holding on again. It all came down to the reactions, all came down to the early game. Deeper is under fire. Kyor, he's transitioning back at home. Now remember, this is not an all-in. Like 2 racks Reaper is not an all-in, but it is still quite committed. And the pressure is on Kyor. Takes down the Reaper, dives into the main base. Ooh, nice trades here. Picks him from Marine. Gets Marine, gets 2 SCVs, nice mining. He can always go back in. He has high ground vision. KDA charges are brutal. And Kyor trades well. Like Kyor, 4 SCVs, that's very nice. Ooh, even catching the Reaper as well. Does catch the Reaper. He's looking for a way in. The Hellion will delay, will deter. But again, Kyor does still find damage, and Kyor takes a worker lead. Takes a worker advantage. Speaking of, he'll kill another worker, another SCV kill. Does force a cancel. Nice pickups. Initially, what was a clean defense out of Maru, now we're getting messy. We're getting messy, we're getting dirty. Ooh, as we do go a little bit too far in. Okay, so Kyor does fight too close to the sun, as 2 Reapers going down, so a bit of an overextension there by Kyor, but again, he does kill plenty of workers, and as a result, Kyor takes a worker lead. Does take that advantage. On top of that, Maru still hasn't expanded. Maru has a CC, but it's still on the high ground. It's just now floating down, and the Max is here to delay. To delay even further. So again, a very nice start here for Kyor. Just, I mean, it was a very shaky start initially, but he made it work. He made it work. He brought it back. With that fast start, so incredibly fast start CC by Maru. Hyper Greed. 2 port 2 base all in. Cure. Let's go. We're on Tourmaline. Hey, we said it. We said at the start of the series, Tourmaline is a hyper aggressive map. It favors aggression. It favors all ins. Cure is going for the 2 port 2 base all in. And Maru, he is going for a greedier build. Maru is in danger. Maru, he is in danger here. So the goal here, the way this works, is that we are going into Mass Viking production. Mass Viking into a Liberator follow-up after the Raven. Now, bearing in mind, I should also reiterate, I'm just so used to calling it a 2 port 2 base all in. That was the case before the most recent patch. Remember, what happened in the most recent patch at the start of the year? We did see, well, I guess last year, we did see that the Viking had its cost reduced, right? Viking was cheaper. Because of that, going into 2 starports into Mass Viking production, because it does take less resources, you can afford a 3rd CC. So you can expand behind this. It's not as committed, it's not as all in as it was previously before the patch. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, nice catch with the Liberator. So with the Cyclone, here comes the push. We have 3 Vikings so far. And again, we're reinforcing, making 3 Vikings at a time. And behind this, we can make a Liberator to take advantage of the air control we have. To take advantage. Army moves in. Tanks, they do lay siege. And here comes that Liberator. You can see the production tab. Like, that's the big advantage of this build here for Cure, is the Liberator follow-up to take over control of the low ground. Of the ground, I should say. And Vikings ain't sure. Liberator goes uncontested. Oh, we just landed the Vikings. He disables. He gets both. Wow, both disables. Ravens are coming from behind. The Vikings are pushing in, though. They're pushing in. SCVs are going down. Crazy damage here from the Vikings. Catching out 12 SCVs. And can he get on top of the tanks? He's close. The tanks. Disable runs out. Yeah, Disable runs out. 1 tank goes down. There's 1 tank left. And it falls. Yeah, massive pick up. Both tanks fall. And with that, Cure, he has done it. He has done it once again. Cure, he took down Maru in EWC. And he takes him down in GSL as well. Lands the Vikings. Desperation by Maru. He pulls the boys. But Cure, he's snowballing out of control. He's getting out of hand. Takes down the final units, the final Marines. And with that, Cure, he will be advancing on into the semifinals in first place. GG gets called. Cure, he takes down Maru. GG. Whew. GG, well played again. Cure, hyper aggression, going for the proxy 2 racks in, and he initially it was a disaster. Initially, Maru, he defended well, but Cure bounced back. He killed 5 SCVs, he killed the Reapers, he took control of the map, and then he turned it into a 2 port 2 base all in. He did snowball out of control. GG, well played. And it wasn't just that, of course. It wasn't just the build of choice, but remember, what did Maru do? Maru went for a 3rd. He went for a 3rd TC, very greedy follow-up there by Maru, because he had a deficit. Maru, he took a lot of economic losses, he knew that he was in a rough position, so he went for a faster TC to recover, and to catch up, and to take an advantage in the mid-game. But it's TVD, papi. We're thinking about mid-game play? No, just 2 port 2 base all in. Cure, he sends it across the map, he was able to break on through and punish the greed of Maru. GG, well played. Cure, he will advance on in first place, and Maru, he's knocked down into the decider match. Now, do not fret. If you're a fan of Maru, do not fret, do not worry. Maru, he's still in the tournament. He is just knocked down to the decider match. He will have 1 more chance, 1 more shot to recover, going up against the winner of the next series. Up next is going to be the elimination match. We'll be determining the first player out of GSL in the round of 8. Will it be Classic? Will it be Rogue? Who is it going to be? For now, we're going to be cut to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series.
Congratulations, Cure. You're the first player to advance from the round of 4 into the finals weekend here at the GSL. How are you feeling?
일단 김덕 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 4강에 진출하시게 되셨는데 소감이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
Yeah, sure.
사실 연습 때 그렇게 승률이 좋지 못하고 또 상대들이 상대다 보니까 좀 걱정도 많이 하고 좀 쉽게 질 수도 있겠다 이런 생각이 조금씩 들긴 했어요. 최근에 좀 기세도 안 좋다 보니까. 근데 좀 생각한 대로 좀 한 판 한 판 다 최상의 시나리오로 딱 나온 것 같아서 저만 좀 정신 차리면 이길 수 있는 상황이 나왔던 것 같아요.
Shout out to Maddox, by the way.
Yeah, before the match,
translator?
actually, my feeling was a little low because actually I didn't have any good win rates in practices, and also I have to face these giants. So yeah, I was a little worried myself. But that being said, all the pieces were falling into place in every game. So let's just keep it up and just keep it steady, and then I can make it. So I think that's what helped me a lot to get through this.
We're going to talk about game one.
So in game number 1 versus
Yeah.
Maru, it felt like Maru just had the edge in the long macro game. But whenever there were early game fights, like in game 2 and game 3, you're really able to build that momentum up. Do you think your early game is your strength right now in TVT?
사실 조성주 선수와의 1세트 대결에서는 좀 후반 가면서 좀 조성주 선수에게 밀리는 좀 부분이 있었는데, 그래도 2, 3세트에서는 초반에 계속 유리한 부분을 가져가시면서 그걸 토대로 이제 게임을 계속 굴려가시는데 성공을 하셨어요. 그래서 지금 김덕 선수가 보시기에는 좀 초반이 훨씬 더 좀 자신 있는 부분이라고 좀 여기시는지 궁금하네요.
패태전이 워낙 초중반에 좀 많이 갈려서 오늘은 좀 제가 가위바위보 싸움에서 좀 이겨서 초중반에 이득을 볼 수 있는 상황이 많이 나와서 그래서 중후반을 안 갈 수 있는 경기가 많이 나왔던 것 같아요.
Yeah, I think especially in TVP, the early games is actually a very essential part of the game. So that being said, I think I won all the mind games and build fights. So I think that helped me a lot getting through that.
Going on into the round of 4, what are your goals and expectations for this season of GSL?
No shot.
이제 4강 오프라인 또 결승에 진출하신 만큼
The reason why I
기대가 남다르실 것 같은데,
Tasus has asked the same question to every single player in every single interview. He's always like, what are your thoughts coming into the next round? Every time. That's all he has to say. God damn it.
좀 그렇게
Tasteless.
많지도 않고
What's going on?
큰 대회다 보니까 온라인인데
Nothing else to say.
긴장을 많이 했었는데 이번 오프라인 경기도 좀 긴장도 많이 될 것 같고 좀 기대도 되고 좀 옛날 생각도 많이 나면서 재밌는 경기 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was online, I was very nervous because GSL is one of the biggest tournament in
We'll talk about it.
StarCraft tournament in a year, and there's not much of a big tournament. So even if it was online, I was very nervous. So that being said, I mean, I would be nervous on the offline as well, but I'll try to remind of the past memories and try to enjoy myself.
We're looking forward to casting your games, and best of luck to you in the Final 4.
Yeah.
네.
All right, we did.
Lovely, you two, lovely. So when it comes to like a couple of things here, I don't mind State's question. I would have preferred it was a little bit more direct. He was like, oh, you know, like Maru, he had a stronger late game in game 1, but you had like a stronger game 2 and game 3 when it came to the early game. I would have preferred a more directed question about game 1, specifically referring to the fact that Cure he was ahead. Like, he was ahead for so much of game 1 and he lost that lead. I would have loved a little bit more thoughts on his mindset when he was in that position. When he had that lead, the decision making he had when it came to coming to the Doom drop, how much pressure he was on, whether he recognized his advantage, and again, like his thoughts like in that specific kind of in that specific game state and what led into his eventual downfall. I feel like that would have been an interesting question, and a more interesting question to ask, which still was leaning into that same direction of like stronger early game, which is true for Cure, like stronger early game, stronger mid game against Maru. The other question that that we spoke about, how Tasteless, like every single question that he's ever asked is always, what do you think about the next round? I mean, a better way to do it, to get a little bit more out of the players, asking the same kind of question, but kind of directing the player in a more kind of fun way, because it was a very stock answer, is, hey, congratulations, Cure, you made it out in first place against a dominant group. You know who's in the other group, by the way. We have Hero, we have Björn, we have Zaun. Who do you prefer? Like, what are your thoughts? Like, it's also a very generic question, but like, you get a little bit more out of the player. Like, who do you want to face in the next round? Like, what are your thoughts about the other group? And is there anyone you fear? Like, this is the group of death, by the way. Like, classic Cure, Rogue, Maru. You can argue that this group is is so much more terrifying compared to the other group. Like, do you fear anyone outside of Hero? Like, are you concerned at all? Like I don't know, like try to get a little bit more out of the player. Try to like have them like even express themselves a little bit more as well and get a little bit more out of them. Just because a lot of these Korean players, just players in general here in GSL, are very reserved. They're a lot more reserved and they're a lot more humble and they're a lot more you know, careful about their answers, and they're a little bit more vanilla in a sense. So typically as an interviewer, you want to do your best to try to get something out of them and try to, again, have them like express themselves to the audience and to the people, because there is something there, of course, and they do have a funner side to them. You just have to sometimes work a little bit more to kind of get that out of them and maybe like lead them towards like maybe a more like fun like approach or fun answer or something like that. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Again, this is the first season where the English casters are interviewing, so it's also going to be a learning process for them. But regardless, we are going to be getting into a short break. Very short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series elimination match: Classic versus Rogue. We'll see you soon. See you soon. See you soon.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 1 Renovates Group A. We just wrapped up with our winners match, and Cure, he does advance on in first place out of Group A to make it through into the semifinals, into that offline event. Now we're here with the first elimination match. We're here to say goodbye to one of these top players, and again, this is a group of death. It is brutal. Classic, he is one of the best pro players in the world. Rogue, also one of the best Zergs, but one of these two players will be knocked out of GSL. Oof, let's go. Let us go. And it could go either way, to be honest. I still favored Classic to be one of the players to make it out of the group, by the way. But Rogue, he can be a very decisive and very chaotic player himself. He can threaten Classic one. He can threaten anyone. It's hard to really be certain. It's hard to be safe, secure when it comes to getting out of this group. Cure, he cannot breathe easy, of course. Meanwhile, it's still up for grabs here. Maru, Classic, Rogue, who will be the next player to make it out of Group A. Let's go. Let us go as we have Classic with his shelf of trophies, by the way. The trophies are back there. We can see the Dream Hack trophy. The Dram Hack is real. Likewise, GSL trophies are bound. And a hidden probe plushie. Love to see it. Do love to see it there. As we even have that EWC medal. True, true. And the EWC, the Triforce. Meanwhile, Rogue, he himself has his table of perfumes. I don't entirely certain what we got back there. But we do have our gym set up, actually. Let's go. Getting swole, baby. Getting swole. Looking good as of late. And here we go. We have our vetoes. Game 1 is going to be on 10,000 V. Game 2, Rebroadcast. Game 3, Old Republic. Here we go. Classic got rid of some of the more extreme, larger maps with Mothership, White Rabbit, and Celestial Enclave. Meanwhile, Rogue, he got rid of Taito, Tourmaline, and Winter Madness. Interesting. Winter Madness is the most interesting veto that I've seen here. Winter Madness is one of the more standard maps, and we can see that Rogue, he wants chaos. He wants chaos. He gets rid of the standard map. Get it out of here. Aggression is favorite. 10,000 feet, short rush distance. Ruby Rock, short rush distance. Old Republic, exposed third and exposed fourth. Here, we're about to be chaotic, and I feel like this map pool, this map order is going to be favoring Rogue. Show us what you got. Show us what you got. So we are setting up. Fun fact: I was meant to mention this. I was meant to bring this up previously, but I don't know if you noticed, but all the players have a webcam set up behind them. I believe that is a prerequisite, by the way, for GSL to make sure that there's no shenanigans. Just because they're not playing in studio, so they have less, they have kind of less control as of what the players are doing. So you can see that Rogue has his phone set up behind him, and you can see Classic has the phone set up as well. That's all to make sure that like they don't tab out and watch the stream, or like there's no like weird stuff going on. It's like, you know, just a bit of a more like security setup as a prerequisite to play in GSL. Just because GSL has a little bit less control as to, you know, their home setup, it's a way for them to make sure that everything's on the up and up. You know, there's no like second player hiding under the hiding under the desk, playing with their hands. True. So we're just keeping an eye on the players. I did notice it last week, but just didn't get a chance to bring it up. The probe is proxying. True. Proxy. Should have played something wholesome on the phone. True. Yeah, we're just making sure that everything is secure as we're setting up here for our next game, for our fresh series. Game 1 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. In the top left, we do have the South Green Zerg, Red Zerg, Rogue. God, they just spend no time on the players. They just get them out of here. Get them out. Jump into the game. Crazy. Whew. As welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is one of the smaller maps in the map pool, but we do have our head-to-head scoreline here. Offline, 19-19, tied head-to-head scoreline in offline tournaments. In online events, we do have an advantage for Classic. But again, this is a historic record. As I mentioned previously, like personally, I put more weight on recent results more so than historic results. But fun to see the stats nonetheless. Fun to see. As we are going to be opening up. And welcome to 10,000 feet. Now, once again, as we were kind of getting into it, 10,000 feet has the shortest rush distance out of any map in the map pool, so very short rush distance by ground. As a result, you can punish aggression quite heavily here. I say punish aggression. What I mean by that is that if you lose momentum in the game, if you lose a fight, then you can very quickly counterattack and punish that lost fight. I say that specifically because the natural 3rd and 4th base are very close together. Because the natural 3rd and 4th are very close-knit, they're very close together, they're very condensed when it comes to their locations, it is very easy to rotate back and forth between them with your main army to defend. So it is easier to defend your 3 bases because they are so close together, but because of the short rush system by ground, if you take a bad fight out in the open, then the counterattack hits so incredibly quickly. So there are certain extremes, certain dynamics here that are unique to 10,000 feet. Again, to compensate for how small the map is and how short the rush distance is, we have those closer bases to make them easier to defend. As a result, we do see often Protoss players be hyper-defensive here and rush into Skytoss. We've seen a lot of Protoss players just defend on 2-3 bases and rush into Skytoss. We actually saw that previously in Solar's match, also in GSL. For now, Stargate opener at a Classic, and we'll see how Rogue will approach this. So far, just hatch gas full, standard opener at a Rogue going into link speed, pulling out of gas. Likewise, Classic going for the Stargate, most likely into Oracle. If he goes into a Void Ray, we will take note of that. So there are viable options here to go into a Void Ray opener or a Phoenix opener, but Oracles are common, they are the go-to, they are the meta. Again, Oracles, they just are so versatile here in PvZ to gain map control, to harass across the map, to scout, and to defend, and to even support and attack as well. Like Oracles, they do everything. First Adept does move out across the map, they'll take a lot of hull damage, and the Adept may just go down. Ooh, Classic overextends. He does overextend, he takes a lot of hull damage, but he will shade away. Meanwhile, Oracle first, not Void Ray. So the Oracle will move out, the Adept does shade back home. If the Adept had fallen, that will force Classic to keep the first Oracle at home to defend against the link counterattack. But the Adept did survive. Did survive here, which means Classic can now expand. Can work towards that 3rd base. You can see the Adept is in position. And Classic is going for the forward 3rd. There you go. Stars came to the 3rd, Oracle moves out, Spores are being thrown down, and it's going to be up to Ro to minimize losses, to keep up with the Oracle, to maneuver his queens, to defend. So the queen's getting in position. Classic, he is maneuvering around. Behind this, that is an early Twilight Council. Okay, again, we were looking for the Twilight Council timing. Very early here by Classic. No Forge. We're expecting either early Glaives or early Blink. And the longer this goes on without a Forge, I'm leaning more towards Glaives. Oracle breaks in. Takes out a Tumor. Does bob, does weave, and will catch a drone. Gets one. Gets two. Not bad. Not bad damage whatsoever. 2 drones go down. The Oracles they pull away. Twilight Council is finishing, and then show us the upgrade of choice. Ooh, not Glaives going into Blink. But remember, what did we mention? No Forge. There is no Forge. Gateway Explosion. We're getting into 4 gateways. This looks, they're getting into 5 gates actually. This looks like the beginning here of a 3-base all-in of an 8 gate. It looks like hyper aggression. So again, we have currently 5 gateways for Classic, and we're expecting 3 more. In my mind, if we go for 3 more, it's just a 3-base all-in. And there it is, another gate, getting it to 6. 6 gateways being thrown down. We're expecting 2 more. Basically, what this leads into here is no gases at the 3rd base, just only mineral saturation at the 3rd, into 8 gateways, 1 proxied across the map, no Robo, as you can't afford a Warp Prism to reinforce, likewise no Forge, as we can't afford the upgrades. It's going to be pure Blink Stalker, vanilla Blink Stalkers with a proxy across the map to reinforce to commit to the all-in. I spoke too soon. Late Forge upgrades. Now, the first sign here of a later game is now we have a Forge, and we may be seeing extra gases taken. If we see extra gases, that's a sign of Tech. That's a sign of Storm or Colossus or Robo. There it is, Temple Archives. It's going to be Storm. So Classic, he is being very aggressive. He's going on a very high gateway count and a very delayed Forge. But because of that Forge, he's going into a very aggressive start. If you remember, actually, I was trying to think, who played like this? Zaun. If you remember, Zaun played like this in the round of 12, in the previous round. And if you remember something, Zaun, what did he say in the winners match when he beat Solar? he said that Classic coached him. This is the same build. This is the same Zound build. So interesting. That's why I just assumed it was an all-in. It's just very aggressive. Bailings are all in. No, late reaction, but does pull away. Does pull away in time. Bailings, they do rotate. He wants the robes. He wants them. And he will not get them, but he will delay the aggression. He will delay the aggression here. Ooh, Bailings, they smash in. Ooh, they do not break through. Again, Stalkers are very tanky. It takes 11 Bailings to kill one Stalker. Thankfully, it was warping in. But overall, Classic holds. So nice defensive by Classic. But again, so this build that we're seeing from Classic is what Zound showcased previously in GSL, and Zound did say that Classic coached him. So that's same stuff. Curious to see if we see this again in the series. So not an all-in, just delay tech. Delay tech. This does mean, basically, what is the purpose of this build? Because of late tech and late upgrades, it's a little bit wonky. Ideally, it works really well if your opponent's going for an all-in. It's a very safe way of playing. Very, very safe. And it gives some aggressive tendencies. Ooh. Does force a cancel. Does force a cancel. At the same time, the center expansion is going to go down. Nice pick off here by Classic. Takes down the hatchery. Takes down the hatchery. The stasis, ooh, is triggered and baited by the Broodling. That should not have happened. Classic turns back around. Remember, he's taking up towards Storm, or at least he should be. For now, just Archons. No Storm yet. Probe goes down. Nice pick off. Delays the fourth. And Classic's fourth base is late. A late fourth expansion. Archon is barely kept alive. Nicely done. Saves the Archon. There's a fourth expansion. Prism is on the way, so Classic can start to be more aggressive. Catching out the Zerglings. We have 4 Bailings morphing in. I'm not too certain if the Bailings are on the right-hand side, tucked away in the corner, if that's just an Overlord. I think it's just an Overlord. And Rogue is taking. Rogue has got a Hive on the way, is going to Lingbane Hydra. But he currently is vulnerable here. Doesn't have too much to work with. Okay, losing that hatchery to slow him down. Classic is rallying across the map. He's going for his timing. Again, there's a reason why he did not start Storm. He wants to end the game earlier. He wants to end it early. And he has to be Surcar with these Zealots. Ideally, you don't want to waste them on Bailings. You want to hold back with the Zealots, preserve them. And ideally, the Archons do it with the Lingbane. Breaks in, spots the army, pulls away. Once again, pushing forward. Bailings, they crash in front of the Archons. Nice save! Very hot pickup. Saves the Archons. The wall of Archons, they tank the Lingbane. One Archon may go down. Do we save it? We do. The Archon saves, also go for a counterattack instead, catching up mainly Lings. Better trade here for Classic. No Bailings. Yeah, no Bailings inside, so Classic, he does trade as efficiently as he can. But his main army is forced back. In the end, Rogue defends. Rogue, he does hold. He's trying to hold on until Lurker tech. Lurker Den is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way. But we're expecting Classic to push before that. Now, something that's going to be hurting Classic here is late Storm, right? Storm is delayed as Classic. He wanted to try to break Rogue earlier on, and he failed to do so. So we're in a really awkward position here, where again, the tech, the upgrades are delayed for Classic. As Lurkers build up over time, we have to favor Rogue. Once he hits critical mass of Lurkers, like, he will have the advantage. We'll see if he can get there. Oh, does force a recall. Nice catch. Prism into the main. Spores are in position. Drop is denied. And Classic, it's going to be a later switch. He's going to Sky Toss. So Stargates are on the way, Fleet Beacons on the way. This is a delayed tech switch here from Classic. And what I mean by delayed, there's going to be a window in time where Rogue has Mass Lurker before the Sky Toss is ready. And that's where Rogue is going to be favored. Rogue, he's favored with his Mass Lurker before Classic takes to the skies. And the question becomes, can Classic defend? Can he stabilize? Can he fortify himself and survive until Sky Toss? If he can, then he can snowball out of control. But again, he's still a ways away. And you can see the Classic trying to fight for map control. But he has to be so careful not to be caught out by the Lurkers. 8 Lurkers so far. They're in position. They're on the high ground. Lurkers are revealed. Yeah, now Classic knows. Lurkers are ready. Zealot round by is denied. Oof. Classic trying to move in. Finds a base. Not bad. Does find the expansion. Nidustorm into the main. And Classic doesn't see. That's a kill. That's a kill that they cancel, so better pick up there by Classic. At the same time, massive link run by, and he does not see the Nidus Worm lurkers. They're in the Nidus. They're in the Nidus Worm. They get in. Yeah, massive move here for Rogue. It gets into the main base. Massive spine shots going off. Cripples the economy. Yeah, lurkers, they do overwhelm. And Classic's in trouble. He's racing back home. Tempest, they will eventually defend, but so much tech is going down, taking down the Forge. The Temple Archives came with the production. 19 probe kills, and this is too much. It's getting out of hand here. Can he get on top of the Stargates? The Stargates, back. He's rushing in. He zones away the Tempest. Yeah, Tempest is zoned away. Stargates are exposed. You can see the first one under fire. And that Stargate is going to fall. Yeah, it takes down the Nexus as well. And with that Classic, he cannot defend, cannot maintain himself. Stargate goes down. And Classic's all in. Classic is just completely all in. And we spoke about it. Remember, Classic had a late tech switch into Sky Toss. Lurkers had momentum. Nice Storms. Storms are solid, and this base will go down, but Classic needs more than just a base. This is not good enough. He needs more, Pat. He needs more. Yeah, it does. Reinforcing across the map. Catching a Tempest. Tempest goes down. 2 Tempests left. Dos más, papi. Dos más. We just need more Hydras. I think in Classic, he has a decent base count with the production, right? The production, the tech is all falling. Does lunge forward. Getting into with that final Stargate. Going for the Tempest instead. Bold move. We'll get one. Yeah, nice snipe. Does catch one of the Tempest. Lurkers, they keep pushing forward. Interesting that the Lurkers move down to the low ground instead of further into the main to get on top of this, to get on top of the Fleet Beacon. Do you feel like there was a little more value in the main? But regardless, we do see Classic rotating over. Lurkers are getting in position. Ooh, it does get one. Does get 2. Yeah, 2 Lurkers go down. There's 3 Lurkers left. It's still a very clutch hold here for Rogue. Can Classic break through? No Observer. Yeah, no Observer, no detection. He's relying on the Storms. Storms are zoning, but cannot break through. Does find another expansion though. Okay, we're getting messy. We're getting messy. We're getting rowdy. Warping into the main. I still do favor Rogue here, but Classic might be able to stabilize if given time. I mean, he just has a lot of teching to do with the issue. Like, at least he saved this Fleet Beacon. We mentioned it, right? I'm not too fond of the Lurkers going down to the low ground. They could have pushed further in to snipe that Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon survived. Tempest production continues. And if Classic can hit critical mass of Tempest, he can still claim this game. Here we go. Okay. Army does push forward. Oh. Let's try to move in. Storm's A zone. Storm's being raided out. It's a nice little warping into the main base, catching out some drones, catching out a queen. Tempest is slowly picking away here at the Tempest. Sorry, at the Lurkers. 1, 2 Lurkers going down. Corruptor count is still not quite high enough. Now, Classic, can he pull this off with his Tempest? He's got 4. Getting to 5. Sorry, 7. Oh my god. More Tempest on the way. Nice Storm. No shot. Can Classic pull this off? Despite losing his main, as he mentioned, because that Fleet Beacon was on snipes, like he has been able to build up his Tempest count. 7 Tempest. Classic, he can do this. Never give up, Pappy. As he rotates to the center. Knocks down another expansion. Rogue, his drone count is still quite low. He cannot rebuild his army. And again, like he has maxed out, but not many Corruptors here. Got the mothership. Okay, he's got the mothership. Does recall back home. From 1 Lurker. Oof. Yeah, brutal recall. How many? There are 9 Corruptors so far. It's mainly Hydra Heavy, which is vulnerable to storms. So despite Rogue being maxed out, I actually favor Classic's army. With a couple of well-played storms, Rogue, how could he engage? Again, he's too Hydra Heavy. I say that Vipers have potential. That's where feedbacks come into play. So it comes down to the deductions, comes down to the feedbacks. That's really what this will come down to. Our spellcasters. So here comes Rogue. I mean, sorry, here comes Classic. Classic is maxed out. He maxed. Takes down a Corruptor already. Down to 8. 8 Corruptors left. Ooh, down to 7. Yeah, 7 Corruptors. We try to come in for this round. Cloak gets activated. Vipers, they do get 1 abduction. Parabomb here on the main army. Nice Parabomb. That's a lot of damage. Tempest at late to split. Oof. Yeah, 1 Tempest falls. Down to 5. Down to 5 Tempest. As Rogue is trying to rebuild his Corruptor count. He's now on 7, so it'll be 10. So it'll be 10 Corruptors. Uh-oh. Rogue is getting a portion of his army caught out. These are 5 Lurkers. And he's being chased down. It's a brutal loss. Rogue has to get out of here. Again, in this kind of game state where you have limited economies, we can't afford these losses here. And that is, there it is. 4 Lurkers going down. Oh. Where's the detection? Where's the detection? There it is. 5 Lurker kills. That was every Lurker, actually. Wow. That was every Lurker. So Lurker count gets reset. Classic is very much so back in this game. Look how many High Templar he has. Oh my god, 6 Templar and more Archons. Classic is perfecting his army. He's getting the perfect army here. That Death Wolf of Protoss army. The Sky Toss is upon us. With Tempest, Carrier, Archon Storm, Mothership. You could argue maybe the Immortal count is a little bit lower. So we could do with a handful more Immortals, but despite that, it's still fine. That 1 Tempest gets 1, gets 2. Nice feedbacks. Yeah, nice kind of feedbacks. 2 Tempests do full. Knocking down the Tempest count. So nice pickups there by Rogue. Getting to 15 Corruptors. I will say the Rogue, he has built a better army now. He's got 15 Corruptors, 9 Lurkers. It's still very tense. That's a kill, not a cancel on the expansion. Nexus goes down. Ooh, does catch a transferring Corruptor. Hydras are good for the counterattack. This base is going to go down the mineral line as well. Massive pickup. And remember, Classic and Recall. Not to the space though. Not enough energy. And not enough energy. Does take down the mineral line. At the same time, this base will go down, and again, just not enough energy with the recall. You saw Classic stack. He wanted to recall, by the way, but he couldn't. He could not do it. So we have a bit of a back and forth. +3, will it finish? Ooh, it does not get, it does get depowered. Yeah, it does get depowered just barely. It's so close to finishing. You can see 0 seconds left. You can see on the right-hand side, 0 seconds. No, but it will be saved. Yeah, it will be saved. We'll finish. Oh my god. Clutch timing. Tempest, they do punish that set of base. Hatchery goes down. I don't know if you noticed here, but Rogue doesn't really have much mining. Rogue has 1 base mining top right. He only has top right. So limited economy for Rogue. Classic, he has map control. He recalls. He finds the Nidus. And now you can see Classic rotate top or center left. So center left base. Rogue, he needs to force a reaction here. Mass cancellation. Classic, does he respond or does he counterattack? Recall's on cooldown. He's counterattacking. He's trading bases. He's trading bases here. As he does catch transferring workers, he takes down that center left base. Shows the cancellation. Ooh, that's a kill. It's once again a kill, not a cancel. Rogue, he's running out of steam, he's running out of resources, and we're going for a recall into the main. That's risky. This is risky because there's no base recall. Remember, the base recall's on cooldown, he recalls into the main base, going for the hive. Slows us, he does go for the slow zone. Takes over the ramp. And what can Rogue do? Rogue, he has to push through the storms, mass storms. Rogue, he cannot move in. He's going for the dive. Where are the Archons? Yeah, Archons slightly out of position. Corruptors, they go for the dive. Storms are decent, but carriers are going down. The Corruptors, they overwhelm the Skytoss army. Carriers falling. Tempest as well. Not enough Archons. Again, the Archons are too far to the north side. And this is a very messy fight. Very messy in the end. A better fight for Rogue. Cleans up the Skytoss. And remember, there was no base recall. He cannot get away. And the armies are reset. The armies are reset. We have 12 Corruptors remaining. We have a couple Lurkers moving out. Again, Classic did not have enough Archons to protect his Skytoss. Or they were just out of position. And Rogue, has he just done it? Like, in Classic, he was ahead up until that recall. Up until that recall into the main. That was not worth it. Do we have this action? There we go. Observers on the way. Yeah, observers on the way. Very efficient cleanup here from there. The Overseer's racing over as well. Very efficient cleanup. Ooh, as the Observer isn't quite able to shut down that final Lurker. But there we go. The main army comes in. Lurker is going to be cleaned up. Classic has a bank. It comes down to the economy. Rogue may have won the fights, but again, Classic, he'll win the game. And there we go. The final storm is the final army, and Rogue has nothing left. GG gets called, and Classic will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We did try to emphasize that Rogue, he had no mining, he had no bases, he only had top right. Meanwhile, Classic had fresh mining bases himself. So despite the chaotic fight, despite Rogue winning that fight, Classic could rebuild. Rogue could not, and Classic takes a lead in the series. Whew, GG, well played, but I'm still thinking about that initial comeback here. Remember, Rogue had won this game. He Nidus swarmed into the main base, he took over the main base as well, killed almost everything, reset all the tech, reset the production, killed the main. But remember, he did not kill the fleet beacon. He chose not to. He chose to push his lurkers to the low ground instead of further into the main, which meant that Classic could actually rebuild his Skytoss. It was a much easier path there for Classic to rebuild his Skytoss. Rogue let that happen. He chose to hit the low ground instead. Yo, we're just sipping on some whiskey, baby. It's the Classic taking the edge off. Oh my god. So classy, baby. Calm down. But GG, well played. Impressive comeback by Classic. Don't want to take that away from him, of course. But Rogue, alas, there were definitely some missteps when they came to his Nidus into the main base. And here we go. We're loading into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. We have Classic for Virtus Pro. In the top left, Rogue, the Red Zerg. Let's go. Let us go. Let us go, as we are going to be jumping into our next game, as we're going to be jumping into game 2, going to be on Ruby Rock. Now, once again, there's a smaller map of the map pool. Aggression is favored. We have an open area outside of the natural, open area outside of the third base as well, and we're expecting aggression from our Zerg player here. But remember something. What did Classic go for in that last game? Classic, he did go for an earlier blink timing. He went for early blink, gateway explosion into delayed forge and delayed temple archives. We did take note of that, talking about how safe that is as a build and how Zan was embracing that in his own series, in his own group stage. And we feel like we're going to see that again, or at least I feel like that Classic's going to go for the same build. And if Rogue goes for an early all-in, then Classic will shut him down. Again, it does feel like a very safe build to go for, and especially on these more aggressive maps. I mean, why not? So what are we expecting? We're expecting a early Twilight Council after the Stargate. So Stargate into Twilight Council as the natural gets thrown down. Sorry, as the third gets thrown down, in towards early blink, into a 6-gate setup, then later tech. So 6 gate into later tech is what we've been seeing so far. We'll see if we embrace that again. So I gotta let the people know. If you're in the Discord, then you know. The plans for the finals. True. Send us your aviators. Yaku. For now, though, there is Stargate Opener out of a Classic, so Stargate Opener into the third base. What we're really looking for here is the timing of the Twilight Council. Our predictions here is that we're going to be seeing an earlier Twilight Council as the third gets thrown down into a 6-gate Blink setup, but we'll keep an eye on Classic. What I should also emphasize here is that you don't want to be predictable, right? You don't want to be predictable here. You can mix things up. We could see Glaives out of Classic instead. We could see a standard game instead as well, but I understand the logic of going for a safer build on Ruby Rock against Rogue specifically. Is where mind games come into play. So if our Classic does threaten the shade, it is going to be Oracle first out of Classic, Oracle first in towards the early to mid game. We're going to gain map control, harass across the map. Let's go. So we are threatening our shade. Double Adept into the main. Keeping Rogue on his toes. Oracle moves out. Classic setting up for his third, and again, we're looking for that Twilight Council. We're looking for the Council. Oracle dips in, and there it is, as if on time. As the third is taken, Twilight Council gets thrown down. The Spore's too late. Ooh, delayed Spore here. Delayed Spore, 4 drone kills, massive damage in the main. That should not have happened. Lings for the counterattack, but Adept should be in position. Adept should be in position. There's that early Twilight Council. Now, again, if we go for the same build as game 1, we should be seeing an extra gate set up here in towards 6 gateways and Blink Stalkers. Otherwise, we could see Glaives here. That's the other option for Classic. So far, throwing down 3 more gates, getting up to 4. Oracles, they dip in. Once again, another drone goes down. Lings get a full surround. Where are the Adepts? Where are the Adepts? That's a massive pickup here. Can he force a cancel? Yeah, Adepts are out of position. Mass damage here on the third base, and it looks like he will force a cancel. Massive pickup. That should never have happened. These 2 Adepts were out of position. We were looking for them. I was like, where are the Adepts? Classic. Yeah, Classic out of position with the Adepts. His third base is denied. Ay. And Rogue takes the lead. Yeah, Rogue takes the lead here. Behind this, we have a Blink on the way, as we mentioned. So Blink, 4-gate setup. Do we throw down extra gateways? And because of the losses, because Classic is so delayed, is he forced into an 8-gate 3-base all-in? Eyes are on Classic. They get foot out of those 2 Adepts. We were like, where are they? What's going on? They were across the map, that. God damn it. Classic. You can see the risk you take when you move out with those 2 Adepts. We gotta keep them at home. You can see the observers pointing out the gateway counts. It's only 4. It's only 4 gates. So from here, Classic can apply pressure, but he's not really set up for an all-in, and also his production is delayed. Oh, sorry, his tech is delayed. We mentioned this, but late Forge, late further tech, late third as well, late economy. It's a very shaky start here for Classic. Very even catching on a probe. And Classic, what's the plan? From here, do we throw down extra gates or do we start to tank? Ooh, as Classic fails to snipe the overlay, there we go. Overlord goes down. Stalkers are being active. Classic, the pressure is on. He has to find some damage here. Nice wing. Chasing down the Lings. Not bad. Zerglings are being chased. Stalkers, they move in. Classic needs more damage. Nice blink up into the high ground. Very nice. Stasis goes off. Oh, both massive stasis traps as well. Yeah, denying the Zerglings. We're getting more ground here. Very efficient trade here for Classic. As I mentioned before, he's pressured to find some damage behind this Temple Archives. Temple Archives are charged all the way as well. Classic is trying to take up. Classic is taking. Stasis trap gets thrown down. Massive stasis once again on top of the army. Crazy stasis. And with that, Rogue just cannot engage. He's been struggling. Zealous gets surrounded. Chargeless is surrounded. Oracles, they do support. Lynx has denied the surround, and Classic has been trading very well here. In the end, he's going to be forced out. He's going to be forced back. Remember, Classic was not all in. He only had a 4-gate setup, but he does trade very nicely. And again, this was important. Like, this was necessary. Just because Classic was in such a rough position. So nice trades, and this time earlier Storm. Okay, so earlier Storm is on the way. Ling Hydra's amassing for Rogue. More Hydra production. Rogue does have a 4th and 5th, but do you see any drones? I don't. Yeah, no drones. No drones, no saturation. He has 63 drones. That is under 3-base saturation. It looks like Rogue is going for an all-in. He goes for a massive counterattack. Gets into the mineral line. And Rogue is not droning. You can see Rogue making more Hydras, more army units. It's going to be up to Classic to survive. And the early Storm will help. Storm is more than halfway done. It's going to be a big factor here in the defense. Ooh, and now Rogue starts to drone. This is late. Late drones, late saturation for Rogue. He was committed, but now he starts. So you can see here, he starts to drone, and now he throws out the infestation pit. So Rogue is teching. He doesn't believe he can kill. So from here, the game will continue. There's going to be a window in time now where Classic has Storm before Rogue has Lurkers. And Rogue is stuck on Ling Hydra, so Storm can excel here. It can overwhelm. So Classic is moving out, he's got Storm ready for him, and it's going to be a tough hold for Rogue. Not impossible, but difficult. It's going to be a tough hold. It all comes down to the Storms. Rogue, can he survive? Behind this, we have Classic throwing down his Stargate, his Fleet Beacons. They'll say do collapse here on the southern base. Rogue coming for the surround. Yeah, it comes in from behind. The stasis goes off. Storm on the ramp. Very nice Storms. Ooh, as the Hydras are going through the Storms here, do we have more? We're running out. See, we're running out of Storms. It looks like that was the final Storm available. Classic has to get the hell out of here. He does recall. He saves some High Templar. Yeah, Templar to get out of there. Zealous to defend the expansion, and he shouldn't get too much more. Yeah, peels off those Zealots. 3 of them get into the mineral line, the others they race back home. And Classic didn't kill, but he didn't need to. Here comes the Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon is done, Stargates are up, and Tempest should be amassing. And as we're building up Tempest, Rogue is working towards Lurkers. Now remember, what happened last game, and one of the reasons why Rogue had a massive lead when it came to his Lurker push, is that there was a window in time where Rogue had Lurkers before the Sky Toss. But here, Classic, he's getting Sky Toss ready as Lurkers are preparing as well. So this time, a faster transition, faster Fleet Beacon, faster Stargates. We're expecting faster Tempest production. But now Classic is securing himself on 4 bases. Hive is on the way. He's building up his Hive. Here it is. Here come the Tempest. They're coming. And right now, the win condition for Classic is survive until Mass Tempest. And again, like that window is shorter this time. The window is smaller for Rogue. Stasis on the Changeling. A Hive upgrade just now began. As we mentioned here, it's just a later tech switch into Hive because it was later joining for Rogue. So later Lurker tech. All the side defense is finishing. Classic is soon to max out. Classic being active here is risky, I will say that. Oh, hold position Lurkers. I'm assuming they're on hold position. Okay, they do reposition. They borrow, they pull back. As Rogue is looking for a way in. Classic is in the center, not quite in position. And does Rogue find an opening? Again, it's just all about that posturing, all about that positional play. Comes in from behind. Classic, he's not here. Lings they move in. Yeah, Lurkers they bar within range. Classic out of position. Nice Storm. And the boys they pull away. Yeah, Probes they evacuate. Observer has arrived. But again, a rough angle here for Classic. We'll clean this up. Saves his workers at the same time. Very nice Zealot run by. Very nice. Cashing out the mineral line. Getting on top of the hatchery. May even just kill. He does focus it down. Yeah, it does focus on the hatchery. The hatchery does fall. Massive pickup. And Classic defends. Wow, Classic he defends and he attacks at the same time. Despite being out of position, again, it was a shaky defense for Classic, but he pulls it off. Does pull it off. And now I can move out. Now I can try to move out. And more Tempest building up. Spire is on the way for Rogue. He needs those Corruptors. Viper production has begun. Rogue is still building himself up. He's got his 2 armies. You can see here a Lurker Force towards the south. He has another Lurker Force towards the center. He's trying to find a way in, trying to weave his way past the army into the bases. As Rogue does have that mobility. But Classy just pushes right down mid. Oh. And because Rogue is out of the map, he's out of position. Yeah, Lurkers are racing back over. Storms on the Lurkers. They're out of position themselves. And Classic, he finds his way in. Ay. We're forcing the base trade. You can see Rogue pushing in. He goes for the third. Temps at him to defend. And Classic can just keep pushing. He can just keep on pushing towards the natural. Oof. As Lurkers are being focused down, we'll lose every single Lurker back at home. Classic will lose the expansion. I'm sure the temptation is there to recall, but he should not recall. He needs more damage. Getting himself with the tech, and GG. GG gets called. Rogue, he cannot deal with the death blow of an army, and Classic, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on into the decider match. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Again, Classic, he had a much cleaner game here in Game 2. Game 1 was messy, right? Game 1, I'll be honest, I can see a world where we get an ace match. Like, Game 1 was Rogue's game to lose. He was in such a good position, nidusing into the main base, taking over the main as well. But again, he did not clean up the main base as we had hoped for. And as a result, Classic, he clawed his way back in. Once again, it was an impressive recovery out of Classic in Game 1. Here in Game 2, Classic, he was in a stronger position after the aggression, after he lost his third. Remember, he had a shaky start, canceling the third base, but the follow-up, he traded so well across the map, he made up for it, and he was able to get into Sky Toss real fast and real quick. Rogue was later to get into Lurkers, and with that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have the decider match, the final series of the broadcast, Classic versus Maru. We'll see you soon after the break.
GSL Season 1.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the 2026 GSL Season 1 Renovates Group A. Welcome back to the final series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the decider match. It's been a grueling group so far. The group of death was upon us. Cure, Maru, Rogue, and Classic have been battling it out, and we already have our first player making it through. Cure, he does advance on in first place out of the group. And likewise, we have our first eliminated player, Rogue, he is out of GSL. Rogue is out, and now we have a final series, a best of 3 between Classic and Maru. Let's go. Classic does step up to the plate here, and again, we have our PVT ready for us. Classic versus Maru. It's going to be an intense back and forth, and I'll be honest, it's probably going to be a short one. Maru has been hyper aggressive in TVP. I'm mainly looking at Maru versus Hero. Maru versus Hero, they had a very intense back and forth, referring to earlier tournaments throughout the course of the year, and it was hyper aggressive, hyper assertive, and we're expecting more of that here as well. Yes, Maru, he can play the late game, but typically he will prefer a shorter series. We have our vetoes. Maru, he vetoes Taito, Old Republic, Celestial Enclave. Larger maps here. Taito still does favor Protoss, Celestial likewise as well. Old Republic can be very difficult to build up in towards the mid game. Meanwhile, we see Classic gets rid of Tourmaline, White Rabbits, and Mothership. Ooh, okay, so Winter Madness makes it through, which is a much more standard map. I do favor Classic on Winter Madness. 10,000 feet in Ruby Rock favors aggression, so that's where Maru can come into play. It's gonna be an intense one. Let's go. Let's jump on in to our final series, the decider match, the TVP, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Green Protoss player for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. In the bottom right, we have for onside Maru. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into that decider match, and we have our head-to-head record here. We do have Classic offline. 18 versus 36. Maru with a heavy win record here in offline tournaments. Online a little bit closer. But as I mentioned previously, I do rate more recent history, more recent results more than, of course, historical records. So what has our recent results been? Well, Classic did take down Maru, did face off against Maru earlier this year in the RSL. In RSL Season 3, and Classic took down Maru 2-0. He 2-0'd Maru. That is the only time they've played this year, is Classic with that win. So technically, Classic has a 100% win rate against Maru in 2026. When it comes to 2025, it was 50-50. Classic won in RSL Season 2, Maru won in DreamHack Dallas, Maru won in GSL Season 1 qualifiers for last year, and Classic beat Maru in Pigsty Festival. So last year, 50-50. This year, so far in favor of Classic. Does that mean it's Maru's turn to even the score, or will Classic extend that lead? Personally, I lean a little bit more towards Classic here, but I know that Maru can be a very chaotic player. Coming into Winter Madness, though, larger map of the map pool, longer rushes and spike rounds, we typically expect more mid-game play here on Winter Madness. Up first, Economic Opener. Maru going for a Rax Expand, and Classic will confirm. You can see him being as annoying as possible here. Maru, he's building up to 400 minerals, and the CC is delayed. CC is delayed here, getting up to 440, 450 before being thrown down. So delays the CC by a couple of seconds here. So a little bit of inefficiency being forced out of Maru as Classic builds up and confirms the economic build. So Classic does confirm. From here, we're expecting a Twilight Council into Blink Heavy play, but is it going to be 2-gate, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalker? Likewise from Maru, we're expecting extremes. That's typically the way here for Maru. Do we go for a faster third CC setup, or do we go into faster aggression? First things first, Rax into Factory. No early Marauder, no early Tech Lab, no early Concussive Shell, for example. So far, a standard opener out of Maru. So far. With this, we can go Marine first into Tech Lab into Add-on Swap into early Cyclone, which is just a very safe way to play. With the earlier Bunker, though, we might forego said Cyclone, cut some corners, and go into the faster Starport. We shall see. Meanwhile, Classic does go for the Twilight Council, which again is very common, very standard. Twilight Council into Blink. What we're really looking for is the Gateway counts. That's what we're interested in. Shows the gateways. Meanwhile, as we can see here, there was no Tech Lab Mage, so there's no early Cyclone. We can see here that Maru's cutting corners. Is going for the safety bunker, but yeah, the Adept will deny mining here. Because the corner's being cut, there's no Marauders, there's no Cyclones. It's going to be a much more difficult defense here by Maru. Has to control well. And Marine gets low, and Adept will shade away. Adept will shade away here. Behind this, a second gateway gets thrown down. Robo as well. A bit of a safer setup here by Classic, going for the Robo earlier on. Maru's getting to his own 1-1-1. Ooh, into Cloak Banshee. I was curious what the Tech Lab was for. But there we go. Add-on swap into Cloak Banshee, so very committed play. This does mean that the early Robo from Classic is going to be beneficial, as he will have early detection. So early Robo, early Observer, 2 more gates get thrown down, so that is 3-gate Blink out of Classic. Very safe play out of our Protoss player. The build is safe, but what about the execution? What about the control? What about the positioning? So it's still in Classic to confirm what's going on and to get ready for it. Classic has the tools to defend, but we need more than just the tools. We need more than that. Reaper does poke into the main. Does poke in, does get a scout off, confirming the gates as well. And the Banshee does veer towards the right hand side. I believe this is a War Prism first. This does signify aggression, so Classic wants to move out. And the scariest thing here, of course, is that Classic doesn't know what he's moving into. He doesn't know that there are Cloak Banshees. He doesn't know he needs to be more defensive. So the aggression from Classic may hurt him in the end, as there is no Observer. Observer just now on the way, but it is delayed because of the Prism. Cloak is finishing up in 7 seconds. Hellion Scout is denied. Banshee moves in. Does he get spotted? No. Yeah, no shot. At Cloak gets activated. Stalkers are out of position, and probes are gonna go down. Classic barely did miss this. There we go. 1, 2, 3 probe kills. Denied mining. And nothing Earth Natural. Stalkers, they do give chase, and the Observer is still nowhere in sight. Just now popping out. So delayed here. That's 5, that's 6, up to 7. Oh, wait, 8? Oh my god, 8 probes, 9, 10. Jesus. 9, almost 10 probe kills. 9 probes go down, critical damage is being dealt, and Classic takes a massive loss. Classic is behind. Classic is behind, Maru takes a lead. Classic, he needs to counterattack. We have a second Banshee moving in. And again, Classic, he blindly went for the War Prism first. He blindly went for the aggression. And blindly got punished. Stalkers, they do nibble away at the army. Nice control at a Classic, but he only trades against Marines. He only picks off Marines. Not good enough. Building up to a standard mid-game. Yeah, third base into charge. But Classic needs more than this. He needs some counter damage here. Or needs to catch the army. True. One or the other. Now, from the side of Maru. Maru knows he's ahead, and Maru, he can flex this here by going for a 2-base all-in, but no, he goes for a third CC. So Maru's just getting further ahead. Just getting further ahead. Ooh, a third Banshee was built? That's a little bit greedy. But Maru, he did invest into a third Banshee. It is not going to pay for itself. Banshees are zoned away. Now, at least the Banshees are still alive, so they can always go back in and still gain value. Classic, likewise, he's trying his best to contain, but I feel like when Maru decides to break out, I don't think he can be stopped. Yeah, tank volley goes off. Maru breaks out. And Classic has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull away. Oh, actually blinking back in. I do like this. Blinks back into the main base, delays the third CC, and Maru, he just pushes. Yeah, Maru, he commits across the map. A massive move out. Maru, he ignores this army. He ignores these Stalkers. I mean, I say that the reinforcements do deal with this, and here comes the main push. And Classic is in trouble here. Remember, that's why I mentioned that there's a high chance we just see a 2-base roll in. Just because Classic has so little to work with. Ooh, losing Stalkers. Heavy losses for Classic. Maru, he just stims in. Takes down the Robo. And Classic cannot deal with this. The tanks are sieged up. They're in position. Wouldn't mind Zuboro. Zelsei charge in. Shows the mind shots. Oh, he blinks it. He's crazy. Blinks into tank fire. Stalkers go down. Zelts as well. And Maru, he just snowballs into a win. He snowballs out of control. Takes down the main army. Takes down the Stalkers. And with that, there's nothing remaining. Even the mages they can support. They come in to support. You could argue the army's overstimmed, but he should still be fine. Yeah, still just rallying forward. Wouldn't mind Zuboro. Observer gets sniped. No friendly fire. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Maru, he takes game number 1. Whew. GG. And GG, well played. Maru takes the lead in the series. And remember, this is a best of 3, by the way. It's a best of 3. Odamas, one more game is all that Maru needs. One more loss, and Classic is out. GG. GG, well played. Winding it back here, it all came down to what? It all came down to the Banshee Harass. The Banshee Harass was game-ending. To lose 9 probes, that is unacceptable. You cannot lose 9 workers at the start of the game at this level of play. And from that moment, Maru was ahead. That's why we assumed he was just going to go for a 2-base all-in. He got a 3rd CC, didn't even need to saturate. Didn't even saturate, he just moved across the map. He just walked across the map, snowballed out of control, and broke Classic. Again, losing that many workers early on, that slows down your tech, it slows down your production, slows down your economy, it means your army is smaller, it means you have less to apply pressure, it just snowballs out of control. Early game aggression is so important here in TVP, and Maru takes the lead early on and snowballs and takes that lead and snowballs out of control. GG. GG, well played. Classic, we need to tighten up that early game. We need to tighten up that early game here. We cannot let 9 probes go down to a single Banshee. And let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have, with the early probe across the map, interesting, we have the blue Protoss player. Representing Virtus Pro, it is Classic, going for the proxy. Meanwhile, top left, we have the South Korean Terran. For onside, it is Maru. Now, Maru has been very fond of proxy Raxes on 10,000 feet. We've seen it time and time again, and Cure even emulated that as well in his previous series, but this time it is a fake proxy Rax. Ooh, so fake proxy by Maru. I like this just because Maru has been going for a lot of 1-base all-ins on this map, so this does kind of subvert expectations. Does subvert. Meanwhile, the gateway gets thrown down, and this means that Classic can apply pressure early on. He can rally out his Zealots and look to delay the CC. Meanwhile, double gas opener. Double gas opener here into a faster factory. Maru, we'll see if he throws down the factory at home or if he proxies the factory, because technically he can still turn this into a 1-base all-in. It is 10,000 feet, very short rush distance by ground. Very short by ground. Show us the placement of that factory. That first Zealot's going to be rallying. It's going to be a 2-gate setup here, so 2 gateways into Zealots, into Gas, into Cybercore, into Stalker reinforcements or Adept reinforcements. But again, hyper aggressive by Classic. Now, because of the placement of this Rax, even if he throws in the factory next to the Rax as well, his production is so far away that it's going to be a very difficult defense for Maru. I favor Classic here. I do favor him. Yep, there it is. Factory is proxied. This looks like a 1-base all-in with the proxy factory here. But again, it's going to be a very awkward defense because the production is so far away from the main. It's going to be very awkward. We'll see if Maru can survive this, if he can hold. Rax is floating back home, and again, all this time the Rax is doing nothing because it's in the air, right? There's no add-ons, there's no secondary Reaper, there's no reactive Marine, there's nothing being built. So right now there's a window in time where Maru has 0 production. That's why again his defense is going to be that much weaker here. We're banking that first Zealot. Battery backing him to defend. Setting up his defensive battery. CC on the high ground. Here comes the army. And so far there's 1 Reaper and soon to be 1 Hellion. Widowmine. Oof. Widowmine is on the way. Reaper moves in. The battery will defend, which means no Reaper him to defend. There's nothing. There's 0 units to defend except for boys. The boys. They can repair, but they cannot repair the reactor. Reactor is being focused down. He busts in. Yeah, does force a cancel. Breaks into the main base. Going for the depot. Looking to supply block. Looking to block that supply. There's 1 Marine in production. And again, that's just game. Like, Maru supply block. Like, he can't make anything. Maru, he can't make anything. Another depot goes down. He's going for the 1-1-1. But again, heavy supply block for Maru. Marine is targeted. There's only the boys. Can he surround? Oh, he tries to. Yeah, does have to surround. He surrounds 1 Zealot. 1 Zealot gets surrounded, so does the other. The Stalkers, they do step away. Reaper does move in. And the Reaper should be targeted, and will be. Yeah, Reaper falls. Ooh, Stalker doesn't get surrounded. We have 1 Marine in production. Bearing in mind that Classic is still rallying, and this is critical damage. This is critical damage here. Once again, nice movement with the Marine. Sorry, with the Stalker. Nice movement. Widowmine gets targeted. Barely does survive. We have one more shot left with that Widowmine. Stalkers are cornered. The Stalkers, they're getting cornered. Oh my god, the SCVs, they surround, they arrest the Stalker. That should not have happened. Yeah, miscontrol. Ooh, and high HP Stalker goes down as well. Maru, he's holding. And again, that should not have happened. No shot, that should not have happened. Miscontrol out of Classic. He got surrounded. He lost the high HP Stalker. Cyclone pops out. This is messy. We're getting messy here. We're getting very, very messy. As that Cyclone, I mean, it can excel. He's got one Cyclone, one Marine, and one Medevac. He can micro. Warp Gate is almost done. Still massing on more Stalkers. Bearing in mind the Classic he still has a greater economy. Proxy gets found. And again, Classic, he had this. He had this, Pappy. But again, he got boxed in. He lost his high HP Stalker. That supply block is killing Maru. That supply block is so brutal for Maru there. Bunkers on the way. Classic cannot expand. And how do we approach this? Production's floating. Widowmine does burrow in the main. Yeah, Widowmine does burrow. That's just a confirmed Stalker kill. Oh, he's going to try to bait it. Okay. Does try to bait the mine shot. Ah, but the bunker is full. Yeah, the bunker is full. Classic cannot move in. Now, Classic will be the first to expand. But this is still up in the air here. It's still very tense. It's still a very tense game state. Maru, he has some harassment potential with the Medevac. So I'm sure he's tempted to move out, but he has to be careful. Every unit counts this early on, just because we have so little to work with. Meanwhile, Classic is just containing Maru. Now, what's scary here is that Maru, he doesn't get a CC. What does he get? A Rax. He's going one base all in. Maru, he's one base all in, he gets a second Rax. This confirms that if he plans on just doubling down and committing on one base. Tank is on the way, Raven's on the way. Now he gets a delayed CC, but it's very late. Very late CC here for Maru. Oh, Classic gets in. Okay. Gets an SCV, he gets one, he gets two. Gets two SCVs. Lock-in is broken, nice control. Viking can be focused down. Can he get the Viking? Ooh. Oh, the counter micro though, the juggling. Yeah, both players popping off. Ideally, Classic wants to bait the Viking. But again, still very tense. Very tense here. Nice pick up with the SCVs. Observer gets caught. Did open up Raven. We can see Classic rotate over, hoping to catch that Raven. Raven pulls back home, but again, Maru's still stuck on one base, and Classic is saturating. Oh, no, the Medevac! Oh my god. Crazy Medevac. That'd be nice snipe here by Classic, containing Maru. And again, the longer that Maru is contained, the further ahead Classic becomes. Considering that Maru did choose to go for a late expansion. Behind this, though, working towards Stim. So Stim is on the way, eBay for +1. Still working on his upgrades, building up his army. It's still very tense. Charge will alleviate some of that pressure as Classic claims the third. Which is fine. You might be looking at this and being like, oh, is Classic being too greedy? He would be if this was one base. If this was like one base all in, then the third base would be greedy, but Maru took it natural. He got a CC, so this is fine. This is fine for Classic. It is necessary even. Classic moving out. I don't know if it's necessary for Classic to try to break the natural. There is a tank line. There's 3 tanks, a bunker, Raven, auto turrets. Classic, he does need to push into this. He's going for it. It's a bold move. It breaks through the wall. Boys are being pulled. Can he get on top of the tanks? He's trying to. Yeah, the Immortals, they move in. They get one. One tank goes down. The other tank has focus as well. Takes down all 3 tanks. Whew, very close, very clutch, but Classic overwhelms. He overwhelms the army, breaks through the tank line. The Cyclone barely survives. But Classic can just keep warping in. He can just keep warping in. Takes over the natural. Massive losses there for Maru. Shatters the hallucination. Did tank some follies. And that's all the Classic needed. Containing Maru. Maru, he does fall behind. He lost 3 tanks and his natural. And a Viking. Yeah, without that Viking, there's no secure anti-air. And Classic just has to calm down. At this point, there's no need to push up into the main. Like, pushing up to the main base will be a kill move, that is true, but we just chill. Claim the third. Take our gases. Work towards the forge, work towards upgrades. Get some splash damage. Speaking of, there's Storm. So Storm has begun. Splash damage is on the way. Maru, without all this, does sneak out across the map. He does load up a drop. He loads up, he's moving out. So there's potential with that drop, but again, Maru, he needs to achieve so much damage here. He needs an entire mineral line. And even that won't be enough to recover, but it'll be a start. Drop gets spotted. Classic does race back home. Boys being pulled away. Does save the mineral line. Good reaction. Yeah, good reaction so far. Zelse give chase. High Templar has to get the hell out of here. Can he get the Templar? Can he get it? Oh, he will. Nice pickup. I mean, that's nice, but we still need more. Snipes the Templar. Raven moves in, going for the mineral line. Classic does not have blink, but there is a battery. Battery's in position. Mineral line is safe. Very nice feedback, but last the Autosar still gets thrown down. Autosar just thrown down. Medevac drop into the main base. This time I believe Blink is finishing. Still in the way. But Classic just has to secure himself. Just defend these bases, secure his third, secure his main. We can see Classic once again moving out. Ooh, double drop into the main. Storm disconnects. Yes, it storms. Ooh, yeah, Storm is done. Brutal connections. Oh, God. Cleans up most of the Marines. And GG gets called. GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. And Classic ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Hi, papi. GG, well played. Again, the gamba was real. How did this game begin? Well, if you recall, Maru was an animal. Maru, he went for a fake proxy. He went for a fake proxy, which meant that his production was out on the map, so he was exposed. He was exposed, he was vulnerable. His racks and his factory and his starport all were out on the map, which means there was a big period in time where he could not make anything. He was heavily supply blocked, and also he had to float back home to defend, so it was a very, very messy defense. I'm impressed that Maru defended and he held. If you recall, Classic did miss up his control. He lost his stalkers, he got surrounded, the Widowmine shot went off as well, so Classic could have killed then and there, but Maru did have a crazy defense where he survived. But despite that, Classic is still just snowballed out of control. He still had a better economy, he still had a stronger lead, and he was able to eventually break that natural. Break through the siege line. GG, well played. With that, we are going to the ace match, loading into Ruby Rock. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Green Protoss, the Blue Protoss of Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Red Terran player from South Korea. It is Maru. Let us go. But again, a risky build here from Classic, but a good call nonetheless. Again, Maru, he was known for going for proxies and one base all-ins on 10,000 feet. It is what he's known for. He went for a fake proxy, but alas, he was still called out as a result of that. The builds did go into Classic's favor, the mind games in his favor as well, and with that, we found ourselves in the ace match. We're loading into Ruby Rock here, a smaller map of the map pool, a shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here on Ruby Rock, and who is going to be the aggressor? We expect it to be Maru, but we'll see. For now, the Rax is back at home. The Rax is back at home, everything's looking as it should for the time being. As it is going to be a single gas opener, so Rax expand out of Maru, going for an economic start. Classic once again is here to delay the CC, to just be as annoying as possible and force some inefficiencies out of Maru. He's here to force his inefficiencies. Reaper is on the way. Second SCV comes down to low ground. And Maru, he's banking up towards that 400 mineral mark. He's almost there. There it is, 400 minerals. The probe is still in position. Big delay, getting up to 460, 470, 480. And now we can expand. 500 minerals here. So very nice delay. Delays by a couple of seconds here. So Classic just being as annoying as possible. Doesn't look like a lot, but again, every little bit does count. So nice delay there for Classic. As he does pull away. Just being an annoyance. And now we'll look at the follow-up here. It is going to be a factory follow-up. Okay, so no 3CC play and no 3 Rax play either out of Maru this entire series. Does not pull a Beyond. Yeah, no Beyond here. So Rax in the factory. Standard follow-up here out of Maru. Once again, going for the bunker. Because we're going for the bunker, there's a low chance we're going for the Tech Lab and a Cyclone. So it looks like, once again, we're going for a bit of a greedier start. Ooh, as Adept does zone away. Reaper gets zoned back. A Twilight Council opener out of Classic once again. Based on the aggressive tendencies of this map, we're expecting at least 3 gateways. We're expecting 3 gate blink at a Classic. It would be very risky to go 2 gate blink. If we were casting Hero, he would take that risk. I would assume that the Classic would not. So we're gonna just play it safe. Likewise, there's that 1-1-1. As we had assumed, again, there's no Tech Lab, there's no add-on swap, there's no Cyclone. It is going to be at the Hellion initially just for scouting information. From here, we can go Hellion into Tech Lab, into potentially even Cloak Banshee, just like Game 1. Like, the build itself is looking very similar to Game 1 for Maru. There's that Tech Lab. Adept shades in and will not kill the Hellion. Shouldn't. Adept does fall. And do we add on swap into Cloak Banshee again? Or do we go into Raven play? There's the second Rax. You can hear the add-on swap. This time, add-on swap, not Cloak Banshee, Raven. So a much more tame follow-up here. So the build itself was the same as Game 1, except this time doesn't commit into Cloak Banshee play, doesn't risk it. It did work wonders in Game 1. It's the reason why Maru won his game, by the way. Straight up was the reason, but doesn't risk it. Again, you don't want to rely on the same build multiple times in a series against Classic. It would be very bold to do so. Would be overconfident. Gotta respect your opponents, and Maru does. From here, we're building up into our 3 gateways. So 3 gate blink into a Robo, into Observer first. Interesting. You can see the difference here between Game 1 and Game 3. In Game 1, Classic went War Prison first. Here in Game 3, Observer first. In case it is Banshee. So this is why you don't want to go Banshees twice in a series, because if he did, Classic would be more than ready for it. So Classic is playing much safer this time, even getting a second Observer. So he would shut down Banshee play much easier this time. Meanwhile, it's Raven instead. Blink is done. Ooh, Raven does take 1 volley, second volley as well. It does barely get away. SimCity working against Classic as he could not give chase. But the Raven does get low. Raven goes low. As Raven does get the hell out of here. Does pull away. Oh, and this is a follow-up we have not seen this series actually. Classic, instead of going into Storm, he's going into Colossus. Baze on the way, Forge on the way as well after the third, of course, in towards a Colossus heavy composition. This is a little bit more robust. It's more robust, it's more secure. I would say this is safer than Storm. I mean, early Storm timings will defend against all-ins quite well. The Viking! Oh, let's say the Viking. So the Raven! The Raven barely gets away. 8 HP, 1 shot away from going down. Barely escapes. Just barely. Nice interception there by Classic. And can Maru save the Raven? Observer does spot the army. The Observer's outside of the natural. Or just in the natural. Yeah, here come the Marines. Maru, he wants to freeze said Raven, and it looks like he will. At least he's trying to. Free the Raven, pappy. As building this by a force. Colossus is amassing. I believe the scan did not see the bay. Ooh. Tank shot goes off. Tank volley goes off. We pull the boys. What to say? This is a big reaction here. Does pull the boys, does save the Raven. And we're just committing it into a 2-base. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit concerned. I was like, we're pulling the boys just to save the Raven now. We pull the boys for a 2-base all in. The Observer does confirm. So massive 2-base all in. As a reaction, 2 more batteries get thrown down. He's throwing down his batteries. Classic needs more time. Oh, he's on the low ground. Coming in from behind here, trying to collapse on the army. And we'll see if he can. Brutal position here. Yeah, better position from Maru. Maru has a concave. Does force the early siege. True. Does force a siege. Maru moving in. Nice blink. Takes down the Widowmine. Widowmine goes down. Second Colossus has arrived, and SCVs are falling. Yeah, takes down the SCVs. Can he get on top of the tanks, though? He cannot. And nice auto shard placement. The tanks, they do survive, but they're still further back. Raven gets focused down. We pull back to the batteries. And the second Colossus is exposed. It has to pull all the way behind the mineral line. And we need more Zealots. The gateways are depowered. He cannot warp in. Yeah, we need more warp ins. We can see 500 minerals here in the bank. A classic. He needs more warp ins. He needs to spend his money, but he cannot. He cannot spend his money. Gateways are falling. Boys are being pulled into the mines. Oh my god, massive connections. Mines a pop off, and Maru, he's doing it. He is doing it. We do pull back to the batteries, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough, and Maru, he breaks through. The 2-base all in overwhelms Classic. And then Classic, he just couldn't spend his money. You can see he still has more resources, but he cannot spend it. Rover goes down, recalls the probes, does save them. But again, without a Colossus, how does he deal with this? He doesn't. He cannot. Mass Zealots would work, but alas, SimCity now working against Classic, gets behind the mineral line, every probe goes down. And with that, we have our second player confirmed here for the top 4 for the semi-finals. Cure, he went out and he came through in first place, and in second place, it should be Maru. Yeah, Zealots kind of move in, Widowmine's into the mineral line. Yeah, Classic, you can see him shaking his head. He knows, Batty. He knows. He was close to holding, close to defending, but again, it all came down to the production. Like, the gateways being depowered was brutal. He was just caught out of position, couldn't defend his natural. Again, stuck on the low ground was just an awkward position there for Classic. And with that, yeah, sinking back in his chair. Oof. Again, I would say he was favored here, but GG gets called, and Maru, he will claim the series 2-1, and Maru will advance on into the top 4, into the semifinals of GSL Season 1 of 2026. GG. GG, well played. It went down to the wire, went all the way to the ace match here as well. And again, Classic, he scouted the all-in. He was aware of it. He was getting ready for it as well. But again, it was just such an awkward engage from the low ground, pushing up. He bled out all of his Zealots. He was out of position. We saw that Maru was able to just stim on forward towards the right-hand side, towards the production as well. And once everything was depowered, I mean, he couldn't warp in. He had the money, but he could not warp in. He could not defend. GG. GG, well played. Likewise, no batteries at the natural either. He had all the batteries at the third base, but no batteries at the natural either, so it was a weaker defensive position at said natural. And then GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Maru does advance on, and I believe we are getting ready for our winner's interview here. Oh boy. I'm excited to see. I'm so excited to hear Tasus ask, how does he feel going into the top 4, into the semifinals? Cap. Take it away.
All right, Maru, congratulations on your victory. Well, today has been kind of a marathon for you. Every single series that you played went to a game number 3.
True.
I'm wondering, heading into the finals weekend, how are you feeling about your play overall? Is there anything specifically you need to work on?
일단 조선 선수 4강 진출 축하드리고요.
State beat Tasus to the question. How do you feel coming into the top 4? Oh no, what is Tasus going to ask? He took his question. Oh no. Do you think Tasus is just going to re-ask the question? Do you think?
일단 토스전에 자신이 없어가지고 그냥 토스전만 잘 다듬으면 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, my overall confidence in TVP was so low, so I think I'll need to improve on TVP, and I think I'll be fine.
Congratulations on advancing. What are your goals for this season? Do you think you can win?
이번 이제 4강에 올라가신 만큼 이번 대회에서도 우승을 목표로 하실 것 같은데
You think you're gonna take Tasus's question? Nah.
목표는
He'll just reword it. True.
4강 와가지고 오랜만에.
It's like he asked him how he feels. What are your goals?
우승일 것 같습니다.
Yeah, actually, my initial goal was making it to round of four, the offline. So that being said, I'm now in there. I'll try my best to lift the trophy.
Okay, well, congratulations to you and best of luck in the tournament.
네, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
All right, guys. Well, that does it for...
GG, well played. Congratulations to Maru here. It would have been nice to have asked him a little bit more about, what I will say is that shout out to Maru for expanding a little bit on the first question, where Maru, he did specify that he wasn't feeling too confident about TVP and that it's something that he has to work on. Once again, I would, just like with Cure, if you want to ask a generic question about, the later rounds of the tournament, then be a little bit specific about it and bring up the other players, of course. Shin, Xian, Bian, Hero, right? Those are the remaining players in Group B. Have some fun with it. Ask him who would he want to face in the next round, who doesn't want he want to face in the next round, right? How does it feel about certain matchups? Obviously that would lead into TVP because there's a very Protoss heavy lineup ahead of him. You can ask about these players here, right? He's good friends with Bjorn, right? How does he feel about TVT as well? You can talk about TVT, talk about the potential Bjorn series as well. You can ask about that, and then he can open up a little bit about his relationships with the players, his thoughts about the players as well. It's still a generic question and still kind of leading in the same direction, but ideally it does allow for the player to expand a little bit more on this. Regardless, we have our schedule. Here we go. Again, we just, let's zoom in a little bit here. We just have our weekly schedule here on Wednesday and Thursday with the GSL group stage. We have RSL over the weekend with Saturday and Sunday with Ryung and Tasteless covering that. We have the GSL semifinals and finals, of course, on the 11th of May, followed by Kung Fu Cup, RSL playoffs, and more content, more StarCraft, of course, all over the place. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon here with our schedule, of course, with the Wardy TV Mondays, with Kung Fu Cups as well, all the content, all the StarCraft. This is not as in-depth as our schedule, but regardless, the official GSL/Soup schedule, I should say. We of course are live on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings, and the next broadcast is going to be tomorrow's GSL broadcast, of course, followed by StarCraft Evolution League over the course of the week into our own tournament: Sparkling Tunic Cup, StarCraft Evolution, Pegasus Cup, Wardy TV Mondays, Sea Duckling Open, and many more content here on the CranKy Ducklings. More importantly, if you want to support the GSL, Patreon. I don't think we have the command in the Soup channel, but Patreon is the place to do it on. You can also do it on the Soup platform as well, but if you're a foreigner, if you're an international viewer, then Patreon would be a little bit easier, and bam, you can see it there. You can see you can help support on Patreon, you can help support on Soup. All that money goes towards the potential Season 3 of GSL. So again, you can take that extra step. You can take that extra step here to, of course, help support the GSL, help grow the GSL. You can see we are so close to our next goal of $6,000 a month for 2 GSL CKs a month, otherwise $10,000 a month for GSL Season 3. We're still a ways away from GSL Season 3, and I would hope that the StarCraft community does step it up just to support GSL. I'd hope that's the case, but again, it's on the community, of course, and hopefully we can get there. Regardless, it sounds like GSL CK will still continue. Otherwise, the Season 2 qualifiers are going to be also on the 11th of May. We will be covering those qualifiers here on Soup, just like last time. We'll be here covering those GSL qualifiers. It was a very intense, very long broadcast last time, and yeah, we're probably going to delve more into that as well. That was a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. We'll be there for it. Meanwhile, a shout out to our patrons and a shout out to our Soup supporters. Again, we can see, I believe, yeah, Peridista even, we see Kronos as well. Shout out to our supporters. Who else do we have? Clements. I see Clements. We have David manifesting good posture. If you're in the chat, posture check, of course. Posture check. Look after yourselves. And again, shout out to our GSL champions and our Nestea Award tier patrons for GSL. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the night for the broadcast. We'll see you guys tomorrow for GSL, the continuation of the round of 8 with Group B of GSL, featuring Xian, featuring Hero, featuring Bian, and our fellow other player. Hold on. Shin. There we go. I keep forgetting about Shin. And Shin as well. So we'll see you then. We'll see you then for the rest of our matches. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And enjoy the rest of your night and the rest of the season of GSL. Enjoy. Take care. Take care, Pappy. Take care.